Section 1. Europe and the Faith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Europe and the Faith by Hilaire Belloc. Section 1. Introduction. The Catholic Conscience of History. I say the Catholic conscience of history. I say the conscience, that is, an intimate knowledge through identity, the intuition of a thing, which is one with the knowledge. I do not say the Catholic aspect of history. This talk of aspects is modern and therefore part of a decline. It is false and therefore ephemeral. I will not stoop to it. I will rather do homage to truth and say that there is no such thing as a Catholic aspect of European history. There is a Protestant aspect, a Jewish aspect, a Mohammedan aspect, a Japanese aspect, and so forth. For all of these look on Europe from without. The Catholic sees Europe from within. There is no more a Catholic aspect of European history than there is a man's aspect of himself. Sophistry does indeed pretend that there is even a man's aspect of himself. In nothing does false philosophy prove itself more false. For a man's way of perceiving himself, when he does so honestly and after a cleansing examination of his mind, is in line with his Creator's, and therefore with reality. He sees from within. Let me pursue this metaphor. Man has in him conscience, which is the voice of God. Not only does he know by this that the outer world is real, but also that his own personality is real. When a man, though flattered by the voice of another man, yet says within himself, "I am a mean fellow," he has a hold of reality. When a man, though maligned of the world, says to himself of himself, "My purpose was just," he has a hold of reality. He knows himself, for he is himself. A man does not know an infinite amount about himself, but the finite amount he does know is all in the map. It is all part of what is really there. What he does not know about himself would, did he know it, fit in with what he does know about himself. There are indeed aspects of a man for all others except these two, himself and God who made him. These two, when they regard him, see him as he is. All other minds have their several views of him, and these indeed are aspects, each of which is false, while all differ. But a man's view of himself is not an aspect, it is a comprehension. Now then, so it is with us who are of the faith and the great story of Europe. A Catholic, as he reads that story, does not grope at it from without. He understands it from within. He cannot understand it altogether because he is a finite being, but he is also that which has to understand. The faith is Europe, and Europe is the faith. The Catholic brings to history, when I say history in these pages, I mean the history of Christendom, self-knowledge. As a man in the confessional accuses himself of what he knows to be true and what other people cannot judge, so a Catholic, talking of the united European civilization, when he blames it for motives and for acts which are his own. He himself could have done those things in person. He is not relatively right in his blame, he is absolutely right. As a man can testify to his own motive, so can the Catholic testify to unjust, irrelevant, or ignorant conceptions of the European story. For he knows why and how it proceeded. Others, not Catholic, look upon the story of Europe externally as strangers. They have to deal with something which presents itself to them partially and disconnectedly by its phenomena alone. He sees it all from its centre, in its essence, and together. I say again, renewing the terms, the Church is Europe, and Europe is the Church. The Catholic conscience of history is not a conscience which begins with the development of the Church in the basin of the Mediterranean. It goes back much further than that. The Catholic understands the soil in which that plant of faith arose, in a way that no other man can. He understands the Roman military effort, why that effort clashed with the gross Asiatic and merchant empire of Carthage, what we delivered from the light of Athens, what food we found in the Irish and the British, the Gallic tribes, their dim but awful memories of immortality, what cousinship we claim with the ritual of false but profound religions, and even how the ancient Israel, the little violent people before they got poisoned, while they were yet national in the mountains of Judah, was in the old dispensation at least central, as we Catholics say, sacred, devoted to a peculiar mission. For the Catholic the whole perspective falls into its proper order. The picture is normal. Nothing is distorted to him. The procession of our great story is easy, natural and full. It is also final. But the modern Catholic, especially if he is confined to the use of English tongue, suffers from a deplorable, and it is to be hoped, a passing accident. No modern book in the English tongue gives him a conspectus of the past. He is compelled to study violently hostile authorities, North German or English copying North German, whose knowledge is never that of the true and balanced European. He comes perpetually across phrases which he sees at once to be absurd, either in their limitations or in the contradictions they connote. But unless he has the leisure for an extended study, he cannot put his finger upon the precise mark of the absurdity. In the books he reads, if they are in the English language at least, he finds things lacking which his instinct for Europe tells him should be there, but he cannot supply their place because the man who wrote those books was himself ignorant of such things, or rather could not conceive them. I will take two examples to show what I mean. The one is the present battlefield of Europe, a large affair not yet cleared, concerning all nations and concerning them apparently upon matters quite indifferent to the faith. It is a thing which any stranger might analyze, one would think, and which yet no historian explains. The second I deliberately choose as an example, particularly and narrow, and especially doctrinal story. I mean the story of St. Thomas of Canterbury, of which the modern historian makes nothing but an incomprehensible contradiction, but which is to a Catholic a sharp revelation of the halfway house between the Empire and modern nationalities. As to the first of these two examples, here is at last the great war in Europe, clearly an issue. Things come to a head. How came it? Why these two camps? What was this curious grouping of the West holding out in desperate alliance against the hordes that Prussia drove to victory, apparently inevitable after the breakdown of the Orthodox Russian shell? Where lay the roots of so singular a contempt for our old order, chivalry and morals as Berlin then displayed? Who shall explain the position of the papacy, the question of Ireland, the aloofness of old Spain? It is all a welter if we try to order it by modern external, especially by any materialist or even skeptical analysis. It was not climate against climate, that facile materialist contrast of environment which is the crudest and stupidest explanation of human affairs. It was not race, if indeed any races can still be distinguished in European blood save broad and confused appearances such as Easterner and Westerner, short and tall, dark and fair. It was not, as another foolish academic theory, popular some years ago, would pretend, an economic affair. There was here no revolt of rich against poor, no pressure of undeveloped barbarians against developed lands, no plan of exploitation, nor of men organized, attempting to seize the soil of less fruitful owners. How came these two opponents into being, the potential antagonism of which was so strong that millions willingly suffered their utmost for the sake of a decision? That man who would explain the tremendous judgment on the superficial test of religious differences among modern sects must be bewildered indeed. I have seen the attempt made in more than one journal and book, enemy and allied. The results are lamentable. Prussia, indeed the protagonist, was atheist, but her subject provinces supported her exultantly. Catholic Cologne and the Rhine and tamely Catholic Bavaria. Her main support, without which she could not have challenged Europe, was that very power whose sole reason for being was Catholicism, the House of Habsburg-Lorraine, which from Vienna controlled and consolidated the Catholic against the Orthodox Slav. The House of Habsburg-Lorraine was the champion of Catholic organization in Eastern Europe. The Catholic Irish largely stood apart. Spain, not devout at all, but hating things not Catholic because those things are foreign, was more than apart. Britain had long forgotten the unity of Europe. France, a protagonist, was notoriously divided within herself over the religious principle of that unity. No modern religious analysis, such as men draw up who think of religion as opinion, will make anything of all this. Then why was there a fight? People who talk of democracy as the issue of the Great War may be neglected. Democracy, one noble, ideal, but rare and perilous form of human government, was not at stake. No historian can talk thus. The essentially aristocratic policy of England now turned to a plutocracy, the despotism of Russia and Prussia, the immense complex of all other great modern states, gives such nonsense the lie. People who talk of a struggle for supremacy between the two Teutonic champions, Germany and England, are less respectable still. England is not Teutonic and was not protagonist. The English cabinet decided by but the smallest possible majority, a majority of one, to enter the war. The Prussian government never dreamt it would have to meet England at all. There is no question of so single an issue. The world was at war. Why? No man is an historian who cannot answer from the past. All who can answer from the past and are historians see that it is the historical depth of the European faith, not its present surface, which explains all. The struggle was against Prussia. Why did Prussia arise? Because the imperfect Byzantine evangelization of the eastern Slavonic plains just failed to meet, there in Prussia, the western flood of living tradition welling up from Rome. Prussia was in hiatus. In that small, neglected area, neither half civilized from the Byzantine east nor fully from the Roman west, rose a strong garden of weeds, and weeds sow themselves. Prussia, that is, this patch of weeds, could not extend until the West weakened through schism. It had to wait till the battle of the Reformation died down. But it waited, and at last, when there was opportunity, it grew prodigiously. The weed patch overran first Poland and the Germanies, then half Europe. When it challenged all civilization, at last it was master of 150 million souls. The end of section 1. Section 2. Europe and the Faith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Europe and the Faith by Hilaire Belloc. Section 2. Introduction continued. What are the tests of this war? In their vastly different fashions they are Poland and Ireland, the extreme islands of tenacious tradition, the conservators of the past through a national passion for the faith. The Great War was a clash between an uneasy new thing which desired to live its own distorted life anew and separate from Europe, and the old Christian rock. This new thing is, in its morals, in the morals spread upon it by Prussia, the effect of that great storm wherein 300 years ago Europe made shipwreck and was split into two. This war was the largest, yet no more than the recurrent example of that increasing wrestle, the outer, the unstable, the untraditional, which is barbarianism pressing blindly upon the inner, the traditional, the strong, which is ourselves, which is Christendom, which is Europe. Small wonder that the Cabinet at Westminster hesitated. We used to say during the war that if Prussia conquered, civilization failed, but that if the Allies conquered, civilization was re-established. What did we mean? We meant not only that the new barbarians could not handle a machine (they can), but we meant that they had learnt all from us. We meant that they cannot continue of themselves, and that we can. We meant that they have no roots. When we say that Vienna was the tool of Berlin, that Madrid should be ashamed, what do we mean? It has no meaning save that civilization is one and we its family. That which challenged us, though it controlled so much which should have aided us and was really our own, was external to civilization and did not lose that character by the momentary use of civilized allies. When we say that the Slav failed us, what did we mean? It was not a statement of race. Poland is Slav, so is Serbia. They were two vastly differing states, and yet both with us. It meant that the Byzantine influence was never sufficient to inform a true European state or to teach Russia a national discipline, because the Byzantine Empire, the tutor of Russia, was cut off from us, the Europeans, the Catholics, the heirs, who are the conservators of the world. The Catholic conscience of Europe grasped this war, with apologies where it was in the train of Prussia, with affirmation where it was free. We saw what was toward. It weighed, judged, decided upon the future, the two alternative futures which lie before the world. All other judgments of the war made nonsense. You had on the Allied side the most vulgar professional politicians and their rich paymasters shouting for democracy, pedants mumbling about race. On the side of Prussia, the negation of nationality. You have the use of some vague national mission of conquest divinely given to the various Germans and the least competent to govern. You would come at last, if you listened to such varied cries, to see the Great War as a mere folly, a thing without motive, such as the emptiest internationals conceived the thing to have been. So much for the example of the war. It is explicable as a challenge to the tradition of Europe. It is inexplicable on any other ground. The Catholic alone is in possession of the tradition of Europe. He alone can see and judge in this matter. From so recent and universal an example, I turn to one local, distant, precise, in which this same Catholic conscience of European history may be tested. Consider the particular and clerical example of Thomas à Becket, the story of St. Thomas of Canterbury. I defy any man to read the story of Thomas à Becket in Stubbs or in Green or in Bright or in any other of our provincial Protestant handbooks and to make head or tail of it. Here is a well-defined and limited subject of study. It concerns only a few years. A great deal is known about it, for there are many contemporary accounts. Its comprehension is of vast interest to history. The Catholic may well ask, how it is I cannot understand the story as told by these Protestant writers? Why does it not make sense? The story is, briefly, this. A certain prelate, the Primate of England at the time, was asked to admit certain changes in the status of the clergy. The chief of these changes was that men attached to the Church in any way, even by minor orders (not necessarily priests), should, if they committed a crime amenable to temporal jurisdiction, be brought before the ordinary courts of the country, instead of left, as they had been for centuries, to their own courts. The claim was at the time a novel one. The Primate of England resisted that claim. In connection with his resistance he was subjected to many indignities. Many things outrageous to custom were done against him. But the Pope doubted whether his resistance was justified, and he was finally reconciled with the civil authority. On returning to his see at Canterbury he became at once the author of further action and the subject of further outrage, and within a short time he was murdered by his exasperated enemies. His death raised a vast public outcry. His monarch did penance for it. But all the points on which he had resisted were in practice waived by the Church at last. The civil state's original claim was, in practice, recognized at last. Today it appears to be plain justice. The chief of St. Thomas' contentions, for instance, that men in orders should be exempt from the ordinary courts, seems as remote as chain armors. So far so good. The opponent of the faith will say, and has always said in 100 studies, that this resistance was nothing more than that always offered by an old organization to a new development. Of course it was. It was equally true to say of a man who objects to an aeroplane smashing in the top of his studio that it is the resistance of an old organization to a new development. But such a phrase in no way explains the business, and when the Catholic begins to examine the particular case of St. Thomas he finds a great many things to wonder at and to think about, upon which his less European opponents are helpless and silent. I say helpless because in their attitude they give up trying to explain. They record these things, but they are bewildered by them. They can explain St. Thomas' particular action simply enough, too simply. He was, they say, a man living in the past. But when they are asked to explain the vast consequences that followed his martyrdom, they have to fall back upon the most inhuman and impossible hypotheses: that the masses were ignorant, that is, as compared with other periods in human history. What more ignorant than today? That the Papacy engineered an outburst of popular enthusiasm, as though the Papacy were a secret society like modern Freemasonry, with some hidden machinery for engineering such things, as though the type of enthusiasm produced by the martyrdom was the wretched mechanical thing produced now by caucus or newspaper engineering, as though nothing besides such interference was there to arouse the whole populace of Europe to such a pitch. As to the miracles which undoubtedly took place at St. Thomas' tomb, the historian who hates or ignores the faith had and has three ways of denying them. The first is to say nothing about them. It is the easiest way of telling a lie. The second is to say that they were the result of a vast conspiracy which the priests directed and the feeble acquiescence of the maimed, the halt and the blind supported. The third, and for the moment most popular, is to give them modern journalistic names, sham, Latin and Greek confused, which it is hoped will get rid of the miraculous character. Notably do such people talk of auto-suggestion. Now the Catholic approaching this wonderful story when he has read all the original documents understands it easily enough from within. He sees that the stand made by St. Thomas was not very important in its special claims, and was probably taken as an isolated action, unreasonable. But he soon gets to see, as he reads and as he notes, the rapid and profound transformation of all civilization which was taking place in that generation, that St. Thomas was standing out for a principle, ill-clothed in his particular plea, but absolute in its general appreciation: the freedom of the Church. He stood out in particular for what had been the concrete symbols of the Church's liberty in the past. The direction of his actions was everything, whether his symbol was well or ill chosen. The particular customs might go, but to challenge the new claims of civil power at that moment was to save the Church. A movement was afoot which might have then everywhere accomplished what was only accomplished in parts of Europe 400 years later, to wit, a dissolution of the unity and the discipline of Christendom. St. Thomas had to fight on ground chosen by the enemy. He fought and he resisted in the spirit dictated by the Church. He fought for no dogmatic point. He fought for no point to which the Church of 500 years earlier or 500 years later would have attached importance. He fought for things which were purely temporal arrangements, which had indeed until quite recently been the guarantee of the Church's liberty, but which were in his time upon the turn of becoming negligible. But the spirit in which he fought was a determination that the Church should never be controlled by civil power, and the spirit against which he fought was the spirit which either openly or secretly believes the Church to be an institution merely human, and therefore naturally subjected as an inferior to the processes of the monarch's, or worse, the politician's law. The Catholic sees as he reads the story that St. Thomas was obviously and necessarily to lose, in the long run, every concrete point on which he had stood out, and yet he saved throughout Europe the ideal thing for which he was standing out. A Catholic perceives clearly why the enthusiasm of the populace rose. The guarantee of the plain man's healthy and moral existence against the threat of the wealthy and the power of the state, the self-government of the general Church, had been defended by a champion up to the point of death, for the morals enforced by the Church are the guarantee of freedom. Further, the Catholic reader is not content, as is the non-Catholic, with a blind, irrational assertion that the miracles could not take place. He is not wholly possessed of a firm and lasting faith that no marvellous events ever take place. He reads the evidence. He cannot believe that there was a conspiracy of falsehood in the lack of all proof of such conspiracy. He is moved to a conviction that events so minutely recorded and so amply testified happened. Here again is the European, the chiefly reasonable man, the Catholic, pitted against the barbarian skeptic with his empty, unproved, mechanical dogmas of material sequence. And these miracles for a Catholic reader are but the extreme points fitting in with the whole scheme. He knows what European civilization was before the 12th century. He knows what it was to become after the 16th. He knows why and how the Church would stand out against a certain itch for a change. He appreciates why and how a character like that of St. Thomas would resist. He is in no way perplexed to find that the resistance failed on its technical side. He sees that it succeeded so thoroughly in its spirit as to prevent, in a moment when its occurrence would have been far more dangerous and general than in the 16th century, the overturning of the connection between Church and State. The end of section 2. Section 3. Europe and the Faith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Europe and the Faith by Hilaire Belloc. Section 3. Introduction concluded. The enthusiasm of the populace he particularly comprehends. He grasps the connection between that enthusiasm and the miracles which attended St. Thomas' intercession, not because the miracles were fantasies, but because a popular recognition of deserved sanctity is the later accompaniment and the recipient of miraculous power. It is the details of history which require the closest analysis. I have therefore chosen a significant detail with which to exemplify my case. Just as a man who thoroughly understands the character of the English squires and of their position in the English countrysides would have to explain at some length and with difficulty to a foreigner how and why the evils of the English large estates were, though evils, national, just as a particular landlord, case of peculiar complexity or violent, might afford him with a special test. So the martyrdom of St. Thomas makes for the Catholic who is viewing Europe a very good example whereby he can show how well he understands what is to other men not understandable, and how simple is to him and how human a process which, to men not Catholic, can only be explained by the most grotesque assumptions, as that universal contemporary testimony must be ignored, that men are ready to die for things in which they do not believe, that the philosophy of a society does not permeate that society, or that a popular enthusiasm, ubiquitous and unchallenged, is mechanically produced to the order of some centre of government. All of these absurdities are connoted in the non-Catholic view of the great quarrel, nor is there any but the Catholic conscience of Europe that explains it. The Catholic sees that the whole of the Becket business was like the struggle of a man who is fighting for his liberty and is compelled to maintain it, such being the battleground chosen by his opponents, upon a privilege inherited from the past. The non-Catholic simply cannot understand it and does not pretend to understand it. Now let us turn from this second example, highly definite and limited, to a third quite different from either of the other two, and the widest of all. Let us turn to the general aspect of all European history. We can here make a list of the great lines on which the Catholic can appreciate what other men only puzzle at, and can determine and know those things upon which other men make no more than a guess. The Catholic faith spreads over the Roman world, not because the Jews were widely dispersed, but because the intellect of antiquity, and especially the Roman intellect, accepted it in its maturity. The material decline of the Empire is not correlative with, nor parallel to, the growth of the Catholic Church. It is the counterpart of that growth. You have been told Christianity, a word, by the way, quite unhistorical, crept into Rome as she declined, and hastened that decline. That is bad history. Rather accept this phrase and retain it. The faith is that which Rome accepted in her maturity, nor was the faith the cause of her decline, but rather the conservator of all that could be conserved. There was no strengthening of us by the advent of barbaric blood. There was serious imperiling of civilization in its old age by some small and mainly servile infiltration of barbaric blood. If civilization so attacked did not permanently fail through old age, we owe that happy rescue to the Catholic faith. In the next period, the Dark Ages, the Catholic proceeds to see Europe saved against a universal attack of the Mohammedan, the Hun, the Scandinavian. He notes that the fierceness of the attack was such that anything save something divinely instituted would have broken down. The Mohammedan came within 3 days' march of Tours. The Mongol was seen from within the walls of Tournus, on the Saône, right in France. The Scandinavian savage poured into the mouths of all the rivers of Gaul and almost overwhelmed the whole island of Britain. There was nothing left of Europe but a central core. Nevertheless, Europe survived. In the reflorescence which followed that dark time in the Middle Ages, the Catholic notes, not hypotheses, but documents and facts. He sees the parliaments arising not from some imaginary Teutonic root, a figment of the academies, but from the very real and present great monastic orders in Spain, in Britain, in Gaul, never outside the old limits of Christendom. He sees the Gothic architecture spring high, spontaneous and autochthonic, first in the territory of Paris and thence spread outwards in a ring to the Scotch Highlands and to the Rhine. He sees the new universities, a product of the soul of Europe reawakened. He sees the marvellous new civilization of the Middle Ages rising as a transformation of the old Roman society, a transformation wholly from within and motivated by the faith. The trouble, the religious terror, the madness of the 15th century are to him the diseases of one body, Europe, in need of medicine. The medicine was too long delayed. There comes the disruption of the European body at the Reformation. It ought to be death, but since the Church is not subject to mortal law, it is not death. Of those populations which break away from religion and from civilization, none, he perceives, were of the ancient Roman stock save Britain. The Catholic, reading his history, watches in that struggle England, not the effect of the struggle on the fringes of Europe, on Holland, North Germany and the rest. He is anxious to see whether Britain will fail the mass of civilization in its ordeal. He notes the keenness of the fight in England and its long endurance, how all the forces of wealth, especially the old families, such as the Howards and the merchants of the City of London, are enlisted upon the treasonable side, how in spite of this a tenacious tradition prevents any sudden transformation of the British polity or its sharp severance from the continuity of Europe. He sees the whole of North England rising, cities in the south standing siege. Ultimately he sees the great nobles and merchants victorious, and the people cut off, apparently forever, from the life by which they had lived, the food upon which they had fed. Side by side with all this, he notes that next to Britain one land only that was never Roman land, by an accident inexplicable or miraculous, preserves the faith. And as Britain is lost, he sees side by side with that loss the preservation of Ireland. To the Catholic reader of history, though he has no Catholic history to read, there is no danger of the foolish bias against civilization which has haunted so many contemporary writers, and which has led them to frame fantastic origins for institutions, the growth of which are as plain as an historical fact can be. He does not see in the pirate raids which desolated the eastern and southeastern coast of England in the 6th century the origin of the English people. He perceives that the success of these small eastern settlements upon the eastern shores, and the spread of their language westward over the island, dated from their acceptance of Roman discipline, organization and law, from which the majority, the Welsh to the west, were cut off. He sees that the ultimate hegemony of Winchester over Britain all grew from this early picking up of communications with the continent and the cutting off of everything in this island save the south and east from the common life of Europe. He knows that Christian parliaments are not dimly and possibly barbaric, but certainly and plainly monastic in their origin. He is not surprised to learn that they arose first in the Pyrenean valleys during the struggle against the Mohammedans. He sees how probable or necessary was such an origin just when the chief effort of Europe was at work in the Reconquista. In general, the history of Europe and of England develops naturally before the Catholic reader. He is not tempted to that succession of theories, self-contradicting and often put forward for the sake of novelty, which has confused and warped modern reconstructions of the past. Above all, he does not commit the prime historical error of reading history backwards. He does not think of the past as groping towards our own perfection of today. He has in his own nature the nature of its career. He feels the fall and the rise, the rhythm of a life which is his own. The Europeans are of his flesh. He can converse with the 1st century or the 15th. Shrines are not odd to him, nor oracles, and if he is the supplanter, he is also the heir of the gods. The end of section 3, the end of the introduction. Section 4. Europe and the Faith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Europe and the Faith by Hilaire Belloc. Section 4. Chapter 1. What was the Roman Empire? The history of European civilization is the history of a certain political institution which united and expressed Europe and was governed from Rome. This institution was informed at its very origin by the growing influence of a certain definite and organized religion. This religion it ultimately accepted and finally was merged in. The institution, having accepted the religion, having made of that religion its official expression, and having breathed that religion in through every part until it became the spirit of the whole, was slowly modified, spiritually illumined, and physically degraded by age. But it did not die. It was revived by the religion which had become its new soul. It re-arose and still lives. This institution was first known among men as Republica. We call it today the Roman Empire. The religion which informed and saved it was then called, still is called, and will always be called, the Catholic Church. Europe is the Church, and the Church is Europe. It is immaterial to the historical value of this historical truth whether it be presented to a man who utterly rejects Catholic dogma or to a man who believes everything the Church may teach. A man remote in distance, in time, or in mental state from the thing we are about to examine would perceive the reality of this truth just as clearly as would a man who was steeped in its spirit from within and who formed an intimate part of Christian Europe. The Oriental pagan, the contemporary atheist, some supposed student in some remote future, reading history in some place from which the Catholic faith shall have utterly departed, and to which the habits and traditions of our civilization will therefore be wholly alien, would each, in proportion to his science, grasp as clearly as it is grasped today by the Catholic student who is of European birth, the truth that Europe and the Catholic Church were and are one thing. The only people who do not grasp it, or do not admit it, are those writers of history whose special local and temporary business it is to oppose the Catholic Church, or who have a traditional bias against it. These men are numerous. They have formed in the Protestant and other anti-Catholic universities a whole school of hypothetical and unreal history, in which, though the original workers are few, their copyists are innumerable. And that school of unreal history is still dogmatically taught in the anti-Catholic centres of Europe and of the world. Now our quarrel with this school should be, not that it is anti-Catholic, that concerns another sphere of thought, but that it is unhistorical. To neglect the truth that the Roman Empire with its institutions and its spirit was the sole origin of European civilization, to forget or to diminish the truth that the Empire accepted in its maturity a certain religion, to conceal the fact that this religion was not a vague mood but a determinate and highly organized corporation, to present in the first century some non-existent Christianity in place of the existent Church, to suggest that the faith was a vague agreement among individual holders of opinions instead of what it historically was, the doctrine of a fixed authoritative institution, to fail to identify the institution with the institution still here today and still called the Catholic Church, to exaggerate the insignificant barbaric influences which came from outside the Empire and did nothing to modify its spirit, to pretend that the Empire or its religion have at any time ceased to be, that is to pretend that there has ever been a solution of continuity between the past and the present of Europe. All these pretensions are parts of one historical falsehood. In all by which we Europeans differ from the rest of mankind there is nothing which was not originally peculiar to the Roman Empire, or is not demonstrably derived from something peculiar to it. In material objects, the whole of our wheeled traffic, our building materials, brick, glass, mortar, cut stone, our cooking, our staple food and drink, in forms, the arch, the column, the bridge, the tower, the well, the road, the canal, in expression, the alphabet, the very words of most of our numerous dialects and polite languages, the order of still more, the logical sequence of our thought, all spring from that one source. So with implements, the saw, the hammer, the plane, the chisel, the file, the spade, the plough, the rake, the sickle, the ladder, all these we have from the same origin. Of our institutions it is the same story. The divisions and subdivisions of Europe, the parish, the county, the province, the fixed national traditions with their boundaries, the emplacement of the great European cities, the routes of communication between them, the universities, the parliaments, the courts of law and their jurisprudence, all these derive entirely from the old Roman Empire, our wellspring. It may here be objected that to connect so closely the worldly foundations of our civilization with the Catholic or universal religion of it is to limit the latter, and so to make it a merely human thing. The accusation would be historically valueless in any case, for in history we are not concerned with the claims of the supernatural, but with a sequence of proved events in the natural order. But if we leave the province of history and consider that of theology, the argument is equally baseless. Every manifestation of divine influence among men must have its human circumstance of place and time. The Church might have risen under divine providence in any spot. It did, as a fact, spring up in the high Greek tide of the Levant and carries to this day the noble Hellenic garb. It might have risen at any time. It did, as a fact, rise just at the inception of that united imperial Roman system which we are about to examine. It might have carried for its ornaments and have had for its sacred language the accoutrements and the speech of any one of the other great civilizations, living or dead, of Assyria, of Egypt, of Persia, of China, of the Indies. As a matter of historical fact, the Church was so circumstanced in its origin and development that its external accoutrement and its language were those of the Mediterranean, that is, of Greece and Rome, of the Empire. Now those who would falsify history from a conscious or unconscious bias against the Catholic Church will do so in many ways, some of which will always prove contradictory of some others. For truth is one, and error disparate and many. The attack upon the Catholic Church may be compared to the violent, continual, but inchoate attack of the barbarians upon some civilized fortress. Such an attack will proceed now from this direction, now from that, along any one of the infinite number of directions from which a single point may be approached. Today there is attack from the north, tomorrow an attack from the south. Their directions are flatly contradictory, but the contradiction is explained by the fact that each is directed against a central and fixed opponent. Thus some will exaggerate the power of the Roman Empire as a pagan institution. They will pretend that the Catholic Church was something alien to that pagan thing, that the Empire was great and admirable before Catholicism came, weak and despicable upon its acceptation of the Creed. They will present the faith as creeping like an oriental disease into the body of a firm Western society which it did not so much transform as liquefy and dissolve. Others will take the clean contrary line and make out a despicable Roman Empire to have fallen before the advent of numerous and vigorous barbarians, Germans of course, possessing all manner of splendid pagan qualities, which usually turn out to be 19th century Protestant qualities. These are contrasted against the diseased Catholic body of the Roman Empire which they are pictured as attacking. Others adopt a simpler manner. They treat the Empire and its institutions as dead after a certain date, and discuss the rise of a new society without considering its Catholic and Imperial origins. Nothing is commoner, for instance, in English schools than for boys to be taught that the pirate raids and settlements of the 5th century in this island were the coming of the English, and the complicated history of Britain is simplified for them into a story of how certain bold seafaring pagans, full of all the virtues we ascribe to ourselves today, first devastated, then occupied, and at last of their sole genius developed a land which Roman civilization had proved inadequate to hold. There is again a conscious or unconscious error, conscious or unconscious, pedantic or ignorant, according to the degree of learning in him who propagates it, which treats of the religious life of Europe as though it were something quite apart from the general development of our civilization. There are innumerable textbooks in which a man may read the whole history of his own, a European country, from say the 5th to the 16th century, and never hear of the Blessed Sacrament, which is as though a man were to write of England in the 19th century without daring to speak of newspapers and limited companies. Warped by such historical enormities, the reader is at a loss to understand the ordinary motives of his ancestors. Not only do the great crises in the history of the Church obviously escape him, but much more do the great crises in civil history escape him. To set right, then, our general view of history, it is necessary to be ready with a sound answer to the prime question of all, which is this: what was the Roman Empire? If you took an immigrant coming fresh into the United States today and let him have a full knowledge of all that had happened since the Civil War, if you gave him of the Civil War itself a partial, confused, and very summary account, if of all that went before it, right way back to the first colonists, you were to leave him either wholly ignorant or ludicrously misinformed, and slightly informed at that, what then could he make of the problems in American society, or how would he be equipped to understand the nation of which he was to be a citizen? To give such a man the elements of civic training, you must let him know what the colonies were, what the War of Independence, and what the main institutions preceding that event and created by it. He would have further to know soundly the struggle between North and South, and the principles underlying that struggle. Lastly, and most important of all, he would have to see all this in a correct perspective. So it is with us in the larger question of that general civilization which is common to both Americans and Europeans, and which in its vigor has extended garrisons, as it were, into Asia and Africa. We cannot understand it today unless we understand what it developed from. What was the origin from which we sprang? What was the Roman Empire? The end of section 4.
Section 5. Europe and the Faith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Europe and the Faith by Hilaire Belloc. Section 5, Chapter 1 continued. The Roman Empire was a united civilization, the prime characteristic of which was the acceptation, absolute and unconditional, of one common mode of life by all those who dwelt within its boundaries. It is an idea very difficult for the modern man to seize, accustomed as he is to a number of sovereign countries more or less sharply differentiated, and each separately colored, as it were, by different customs, a different language, and often a different religion. Thus the modern man sees France, French-speaking, with an architecture, manners, laws of its own, etc. He saw till yesterday North Germany under the Prussian hegemony, German-speaking, yet with another set of institutions, and so forth. When he thinks, therefore, of any great conflict of opinion, such as the discussion between aristocracy and democracy, today he thinks in terms of different countries. Ireland, for instance, is democratic. England is aristocratic, and so forth. Again, the modern man thinks of a community, however united, as something bounded by and in contrast with other communities. When he writes or thinks of France, he does not think of France only, but of the points in which France contrasts with England, North Germany, South Germany, Italy, etc. Now, the men living in the Roman Empire regarded civic life in a totally different way. All conceivable antagonisms, and they were violent, were antagonism within one state. No differentiation of state against state was conceivable or was attempted. From the Euphrates to the Scottish Highlands, from the North Sea to the Sahara and the Middle Nile, all was one state. The world outside the Roman Empire was, in the eyes of the imperial citizen, a sort of waste. It was not thickly populated. It had no appreciable arts or sciences. It was barbaric. That outside waste of sparse and very inferior tribes was something of a menace upon the frontiers, or, so to speak more accurately, something of an irritation. But that menace or irritation was never conceived of as we conceive of the menace of a foreign power. It was merely the troubles of preventing a fringe of imperfect, predatory, and small barbaric communities outside the boundaries from doing harm to a vast, rich, thickly populated and highly organized state within. The members of these communities, principally the Dutch, Frisian, Rhenish, and other Germanic peoples, but also on the other frontiers the nomads of the desert, and in the west islanders and mountaineers, Irish and Caledonian, were all tinged with the great empire on which they bordered. Its trade permeated them. We find its coins everywhere. Its names for most things became part of their speech. They thought in terms of it. They had a sort of grievance when they were not admitted to it. They perpetually begged for admittance. They wanted to deal with the empire, to enjoy its luxury, now and then to raid little portions of its frontier wealth. They never dreamt of conquest. On the other hand, the Roman administrator was concerned with getting barbarians to settle in an orderly manner on the frontier fields, so that he could exploit their labor with coaxing them to serve as mercenaries in the Roman armies, or, when there was any local conflict, with defeating them in local battles, taking them prisoner and making them slaves. I have said that the mere number of these exterior men, German, Caledonian, Irish, Slav, Moorish, Arab, etc., was small compared with the numbers of civilization, and I repeat, in the eyes of the citizens of the empire, their lack of culture made them more insignificant still. At only one place did the Roman Empire have a common frontier with another civilization, properly so called. It was a very short frontier, not 1/20th of the total boundaries of the empire. It was the eastern or Persian frontier, guarded by spaces largely desert. And though a true civilization lay beyond, that civilization was never of great extent nor really powerful. This frontier was variously drawn at various times, but corresponded roughly to the plains of Mesopotamia. The Mediterranean peoples of the Levant, from Antioch to Judea, were always within that frontier. They were Roman. The mountain peoples of Persia were always beyond it. Nowhere else was there any real rivalry or contact with the foreigner, or even this rivalry and contact, though the Persian War is the only serious foreign or equal war in the eyes of all rulers from Julius Caesar to the 6th century, counted for little in the general life of Rome. The point cannot be too much insisted upon, nor too often repeated. So strange is it to our modern nodes of thought and so essentially characteristic of the first centuries of the Christian era and the formative period during which Christian civilization took its shape. Men lived as citizens of one state which they took for granted and which they even regarded as external. There would be much grumbling against the taxes and here and there revolts against them, but never a suggestion that the taxes should be levied by any other than imperial authority or imposed in any other than the imperial manner. There was plenty of conflict between armies and individuals as to who should have the advantage of ruling, but never any doubt as to the type of function which the emperor filled, nor as to the type of universally despotic action which he exercised. There were any number of little local liberties and customs which were the pride of the separate places to which they attached. But there was no conception of such local differences being antagonistic to the one life of the one state. That state was, for the men of that time, the world. The complete unity of this social system was the more striking from the fact that it underlay not only such innumerable local customs and liberties, but an almost equal number of philosophic opinions, of religious practices, and of dialects. There was not even one current official language for the educated thought of the empire. There were two, Greek and Latin, and in every department of human life there coexisted this very large liberty of individual and local expression, coupled with a complete and, as it were, necessary unity, binding the whole vast body together, complete. Emperor might succeed emperor in a series of civil wars. Several emperors might be reigning together. The office of emperor might even be officially and consciously held in commission among 4 or more men. But the power of the emperor was always one power, his office one office, and the system of the empire one system. It is not the purpose of these few pages to attempt a full answer to the question of how such a civic state of mind came to be, but the reader must have some sketch of its development if he is to grasp its nature. The old Mediterranean world, out of which the empire grew, had consisted, before that empire was complete, say from an unknown, most distant past to 50 B.C., in 2 types of society. There stood in it, as rare exceptions, states, or nations in our modern sense, governed by a central government, which controlled a large area and were peopled by the inhabitants of many towns and villages. Of this sort was ancient Egypt. But there were also, surrounding that inland sea in such great numbers as to form the predominant type of society, a series of cities, some of them commercial ports, most of them controlling a small area from which they drew their agricultural subsistence. But all of them remarkable for this, that their citizens drew their civic life from, felt patriotism for, were the soldiers of, and paid their taxes to, not a nation in our sense, but a municipality. These cities and the small surrounding territories which they controlled, which I repeat were often no more than local agricultural areas necessary for the sustenance of the town, were essentially the sovereign powers of the time. Community of language, culture, and religion might indeed bind them in associations more or less strict. One could talk of the Phoenician cities, of the Greek cities, and so forth. But the individual city was always the unit. City made war on city. The city decided its own customs and was the nucleus of religion. The god was the god of the city. A rim of such points encircled the eastern and central Mediterranean wherever it was habitable by man. Even the little oasis of the Cyrenian land, with sand on every side, but habitable, developed its city formations. Even on the western coasts of the inland oceans, which received their culture by sea from the east, such city-states, though more rare, dotted the littoral of Algeria, Provence, and Spain. 300 years before our Lord was born, this moral equilibrium was disturbed by the huge and successful adventure of the Macedonian Alexander. The Greek city-states had just been swept under the hegemony of Macedon, when in the shape of small but invincible armies, the common Greek culture under Alexander overwhelmed the East. Egypt, the Levant littoral, and much more were turned into one Hellenized, that is, Greekified, civilization. The separate cities, of course, survived, and after Alexander's death, unity of control was lost in various and fluctuating dynasties derived from the arrangements and quarrels of his generals. But the old moral equilibrium was gone, and the concentration of a general civilization had appeared. Henceforward the Syrian, the Jew, the Egyptian saw with Greek eyes, and the Greek tongue was the medium of all the East for 1,000 years. Hence are the very earliest names of Christian things: bishop, church, priest, baptism, Christ, Greek names. Hence all our original documents and prayers are Greek and shine with a Greek light, nor are any so essentially Greek in ideal as the four Catholic Gospels. Meanwhile, in Italy, one city, by a series of accidents very difficult to follow since we have only later accounts, and they are drawn from the city's point of view only, became the chief of the city-states in the peninsula. Some few it had conquered in war and had subjected to taxation and to the acceptation of its own laws. Many it protected by a sort of superior alliance. With many more its position was ill-defined and perhaps in origin had been a position of allied equality. But at any rate, a little after the Alexandrian Hellenization of the East, this city had in a slower and less universal way begun to break down the moral equilibrium of the city-states in Italy, and had produced between the Apennines and the sea, and in some places beyond the Apennines, a society in which the city-state, though of course surviving, was no longer isolated or sovereign, but formed part of a larger and already definite scheme. The city which had arrived at such a position, and which was now the manifest capital of the Italian scheme, was Rome. The end of section 5. Section 6. Europe and the Faith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Europe and the Faith by Hilaire Belloc. Section 6, Chapter 1 concluded. Contemporary with the last successes of this development in Italy went a rival development, very different in its nature, but bound to come into conflict with the Roman because it was also extending. This was the commercial development of Carthage. Carthage, a Phoenician, that is, a Levantine and Semitic colony, had its city life like all the rest. It had shown neither the aptitude nor the desire that Rome had shown for conquest, for alliances, and in general for a spread of its spirit, but for the domination of its laws and modes of thought. The business of Carthage was to enrich itself, not indirectly as do soldiers who actually achieve riches, but as one consequence of the pursuit of arms, but directly as do merchants, by using men indirectly, by commerce, and by the exploitation of contracts. The Carthaginians occupied mining centers in Spain and harbors wherever they could find them, especially in the western Mediterranean. He employed mercenary troops. He made no attempt to radiate outward slowly, step by step, as does the military type, but true to the type of every commercial empire, from his own time to our own, the Carthaginian built up a scattered hodgepodge of dominion, bound together by what is today called the command of the sea. That command was long absolute, and Carthaginian power depended on it wholly. But such a power could not coexist with the growing strengths of martial Italy. Rome challenged Carthage, and after a prodigious struggle, which lasted to within 200 years of the birth of our Lord, ruined the Carthaginians' power. 50 years later, the town itself was destroyed by the Romans and its territory turned into a Roman province. So perished for many hundreds of years the dangerous illusion that the merchant can master the soldier. But never had that illusion seemed nearer to the truth than at certain moments in the duel between Carthage and Rome. The main consequence of this success was that, by the nature of the struggle, the Western Mediterranean, with all its city-states, with its half-civilized Iberian peoples lying on the plateau of Spain, behind the cities of the littoral, the corresponding belt of South France, and the cultivated land of Northern Africa, fell into the Roman system, and became, but in a more united way, what Italy had already long before become. The Roman power, or, if the term be preferred, the Roman Confederation, with its ideas of law and government, was supreme in the Western Mediterranean, and was compelled by its geographical position to extend itself inland further and further into Spain, and even, what was to be of prodigious consequence to the world, into Gaul. But before speaking of the Roman incorporation of Gaul, we must notice that in the 100 years after the final fall of Carthage, the Eastern Mediterranean had also begun to come into line. This Western power, the Roman, thus finally established, occupied Corinth in the same decade as that which saw the final destruction of Carthage, and what had once been Greece became a Roman province. All the Alexandrian or Grecian East, Syria, Egypt, followed. The Macedonian power in its provinces came to depend upon the Roman system in a series of protectorates, annexations, and occupations, which 2 generations or so before the foundation of the Catholic Church had made Rome, though her system was not yet complete, the center of the whole Mediterranean world. The men whose sons lived to be contemporary with the Nativity saw that the unity of the world was already achieved. The world was now one, and was built up of the islands, the peninsulas, and the littoral of the inland sea. So the empire might have remained, and so one would think it naturally would have remained, a Mediterranean thing. But for that capital experiment which has determined all future history, Julius Caesar's conquest of Gaul, Gaul, the mass of which lay north, continental, exterior to the Mediterranean, Gaul, which linked up with the Atlantic and the North Sea, Gaul, which lived by the tides, Gaul, which was to be the foundation of things to come. It was this experiment, the Roman conquest of Gaul and its successes, which opened the ancient and immemorial culture of the Mediterranean to the world. It was a revolution which for rapidity and completeness had no parallel. Something less than 100 small Celtic states, particularly civilized, but that in no degree comparable to the high life of the Mediterranean, were occupied, taught, and as it were converted into citizens of this now united Roman civilization. It was all done, so to speak, within the lifetime of a man. The link and cornerstone of Western Europe, the quadrilateral which lies between the Pyrenees and the Rhine, between the Mediterranean, the Atlantic, and the Channel, accepted civilization in a manner so final and so immediate that no historian has ever quite been able to explain the phenomena. Gaul accepted almost at once the Roman language, the Roman food, the Roman dress, and it formed the first and a gigantic extension of Roman culture. We shall later find Gaul providing the permanent and enduring example of that culture which survived when the Roman system fell into decay. Gaul led to Britain, the Iberian Peninsula, after the hardest struggle which any territory had presented, was also incorporated. By the close of the first century, after the Incarnation, when the Catholic Church had already been obscurely founded in many a city and the turn of the world's history had come, the Roman Empire was finally established in its entirety. By that time, from the Syrian desert to the Atlantic, from the Sahara to the Irish Sea and to the Scotch hills, to the Rhine and the Danube, in one great ring fence there lay a secure, unquestioned method of living, incorporated as one great state. This state was to be the soil in which the seed of the Church was to be sown. As religion of this state, the Catholic Church was to develop. This state is still present, underlying our apparent complex political arrangements as the main rocks of a country underlie the drift of the surface, its institutions of property and of marriage, its conceptions of law, its literary roots of rhetoric, of poetry, of logic, are still the stuff of Europe. The religion which it made as universal as itself is still, and perhaps more notably than ever, apparent to all. The end of Section 6. The end of Chapter 1. Section 7. Europe and the Faith, by Hilaire Belloc. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Europe and the Faith, by Hilaire Belloc. Section 7, Chapter 2. What was the Church in the Roman Empire? So far, I have attempted to answer the question, what was the Roman Empire? We have seen that it was an institution of such and such a character, but to this we had to add that it was an institution affected from its origin and at last permeated by another institution. This other institution had and has for its name the Catholic Church. My next task must therefore be an attempt to answer the question, what was the Church in the Roman Empire? For that I have not yet touched. In order to answer this question, we shall do well to put ourselves in the place of a man living in a particular period, from whose standpoint the nature of the connection between the Church and the Empire can best be observed. And that standpoint in time is the generation which lived through the close of the 2nd century and on into the latter half of the 3rd century, say from AD 190 to AD 270. It is the first moment in which we can perceive the Church as a developed organism now apparent to all. If we take an earlier date, we find ourselves in a world where the growing Church was still but slightly known and by most people unheard of. We can get no earlier view of it as part of the society around it. It is from about this time also that many documents survive. I shall show that the appearance of the Church at this time, from 150 to 240 years after the crucifixion, is ample evidence of her original constitution. A man born shortly after the reign of Marcus Aurelius, living through the violent civil wars that succeeded the peace of the Antonines, surviving to witness the Decian persecution of the Church, and in extreme old age to perceive the promise, though not the establishment, of an untrammeled Catholicism. It had yet to pass through the last and most terrible of the persecutions, would have been able to answer our question well. He would have lived at the turn of the tide, a witness to the emergence, apparent to all society, of the Catholic Church. Let us suppose him the head of a senatorial family in some great provincial town, such as Lyons. He would then find himself one of a comparatively small class of very wealthy men to whom was confined the municipal government of the city. Beneath him he would be accustomed to a large class of citizens, free men but not senatorial. Beneath these again his society reposed upon a very large body of slaves. In what proportion these three classes of society would have been found in a town like Lyons in the 2nd century, we have no exact documents to tell us, but we may infer from what we know of that society that the majority would certainly have been of the servile class, free men less numerous, while senators were certainly a very small body. They were the great landowners of the neighborhood. And we must add to these three main divisions two other classes which complicate our view of that society. The first was that of the freed men. The second was made up of perpetual tenants, nominally free, but economically and already, partly in legal theory, bound to the wealthier classes. The freed men had risen from the servile class by the sole act of their masters. They were bound to these masters very strongly, so far as social atmosphere went, and to no small extent in legal theory as well. This preponderance of a small wealthy class we must not look upon as a stationary phenomena. It was increasing. In another half dozen generations it was destined to form the outstanding feature of all imperial society. In the 4th and 5th centuries, when the Roman Empire became from pagan Christian, the mark of the world was the possession of nearly all its soil and capital, apart from public land, by one small body of immensely wealthy men, the product of the pagan empire. It is next important to remember that such a man as we are conceiving would never have regarded the legal distinctions between slave and free as a line of cleavage between different kinds of men. It was a social arrangement and no more. Most of the slaves were indeed still chattel, bought and sold. Many of them were incapable of any true family life. But there was nothing uncommon in a slave being treated as a friend, in his being a member of the liberal professions, in his acting as a tutor, as an administrator of his master's fortune, or a doctor. Certain official things he could not be. He could not hold any public office, of course. He could never plead, and he could not be a soldier. This last point is essential, because the Roman Empire, though it required no large armed force in comparison with the total numbers of its vast population, for it was not a system of mere repression, no such system has ever endured, yet could only draw that armed force from a restricted portion of the population. In the absence of foreign adventure or civil wars, the armies were mainly used as frontier police. Yet, small as they were, it was not easy to obtain the recruitment required. The wealthy citizen we are considering would have been expected to find a certain number of recruits for the service of the army. He found them among his bound free tenants and enfranchised slaves. He was increasingly reluctant to find them, and they were increasingly reluctant to serve. Later recruitment was found more and more from the barbarians outside the empire, and we shall see on a subsequent page how this affected the transition from the ancient world to that of the Dark Ages. Let us imagine such a man going through the streets of Lyons of a morning to attend a meeting of the Curia. He would salute and be saluted as he passed by many men of the various classes I have described. Some, though slaves, he would greet familiarly. Others, though nominally free and belonging to his own following or accompanied, it may be presumed, by a small retinue, some of whom might be freedmen of his own, some slaves, some of the tenant class, some in legal theory quite independent of him, and yet by the economic necessities of the moment practically his dependents. As he passed through the streets he notes the temples dedicated to a variety of services. No creed dominated the city. Even the local gods were now but a confused memory. A religious ritual of the official type was to greet him upon his entry into the assembly. But in the public life of the city no fixed philosophy, no general faith appeared. Among the many buildings so dedicated, two perhaps would have struck his attention. The one, the great and showy synagogue where the local Jews met upon their Sabbath, and the other a small Christian church. The first of these he would look on as one looks today upon the mark of an alien colony in some great modern city. He knew it to be the symbol of a small, reserved, unsympathetic but wealthy race scattered throughout the empire. The empire had trouble with it in the past, but that trouble was long forgotten. The little colonies of Jews had become negotiators, highly separate from their fellow citizens, already unpopular but nothing more. With the Christian church it would be otherwise. He would know, as an administrator, we will suppose him a pagan, that this church was endowed, that it was possessed of property more or less legally guaranteed, it had a very definite position of its own among the congregations and corporations of the city, peculiar and yet well secured. He would further know it as an administrator, and this would more concern him, for the possession of property by so important a body would seem natural enough. That to this building and the corporation of which it was a symbol were attached an appreciable number of his fellow citizens, a small minority, of course, in any town of such a date, the first generation of the 3rd century, but a minority most appreciable and most worthy of his concern from 3 very definite characteristics. In the first place, it was certainly growing. In the second place, it was certainly, even after so many generations of growth, a phenomenon perpetually novel. In the third place, and this was the capital point, it represented a true political organism, the only subsidiary organism which had risen within the general body of the empire. If the reader will retain no other one of the points I am making in this description, let him retain this point. It is from the historical point of view the explanation of all that was to follow. The Catholic Church in Lyons would have been for that senator a distinct organism, with its own officers, its own peculiar spirit, its own type of vitality which, if he were a wise man, he would know was certain to endure and to grow, and which, even if he were but a superficial and unintelligent spectator, he would recognize as unique. Like a sort of little state, the Catholic Church included all classes and kinds of men, and like the empire itself within which it was growing, it regarded all classes of its own members as subject to it with its own sphere. The senator, the tenant, the freedman, the slave, the soldier, in so far as they were members of this corporation, were equally bound to certain observances. Did they neglect these observances, the corporation would expel them or subject them to penalties of its own. He knew that though misunderstandings and fables existed with regard to this body, there was no social class in which its members had not propagated a knowledge of its customs. He knew, and it would disturb him to know, that its organization, though in no way admitted by law and purely what we should call voluntary, was strictly very formidable. Here in Lyons, as elsewhere, it was under a monarchical head called by the Greek name of the Episkopos. Greek was a language which the cultured knew and used throughout the western or Latin part of the empire to which he belonged. The title would not therefore seem to him alien any more than would be the Greek title of presbyter, the name of the official priests acting under this monarchical head of the organization, or than would the Greek title diakonos, which title was attached to an order just below the priests, which was comprised of the inferior officials of the clerical body. He knew that this particular cult, like the innumerable others that were represented by the various sacred buildings of the city, had its mysteries, its solemn ritual, and so forth, in which these, the officials of its body, might alone engage, and which the mass of the local Christians, for such was their popular name, attended as a congregation. But he would further know that this scheme of worship differed wholly from any other of the many observances around it by a certain fixity of definition. The Catholic Church was not an opinion, nor a fashion, nor a philosophy. It was not a theory, nor a habit. It was a clearly delineated body, corporate, based on numerous exact doctrines, extreme jealousy of its unity and of its precise definitions, and filled as it was with no other body of men at that time with passionate conviction. By this I do not mean that the senator, so walking to his official duties, could not have recalled from among his own friends more than one who was attached to the Christian body in a negligent sort of way, perhaps by the influence of his wife, perhaps by a tradition inherited from his father. He would guess, and justly guess, that this rapidly growing body counted very many members who were indifferent, and some perhaps who were ignorant of its full doctrine. But the body as a whole, in its general spirit, and especially in the disciplined organization of its hierarchy, did differ from everything round it in this double character of precision and conviction. There was no certitude left, and no definite spirit or mental aim, no dogma, as we should say today, taken for granted in the lions of his time, save among the Christians. The pagan masses were attached without definite religion to a number of customs. In social morals they were guided by certain institutions, at the foundation of which were the Roman ideas of property in men, land and goods. Patriotism, the bond of smaller societies, had long ago merged in the conception of a universal empire. This Christian Church alone represented a complete theory of life, to which men were attached as they had hundreds of years before been attached to their local city with its local gods and intense corporate local life. Without any doubt, the presence of that Church and of what it stood for would have concerned our Senator. It was no longer negligible, nor a thing to be only occasionally observed. It was a permanent force, and what is more, a state within the state. The end of section 7. Section 8. Europe and the Faith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Europe and the Faith by Hilaire Belloc. Section 8, Chapter 2, continued. If he were like most of his kind in that generation, the Catholic Church would have affected him as an irritant. Its existence interfered with the general routine of public affairs. If he were, as a small minority, even of the rich already were, in sympathy with it, though not of it, it would still have concerned him. It was the only exceptional organism of his uniform time, and it was growing. This senator goes into the Curia. He deals with the business of the day. It includes complaining upon certain assessments of the imperial taxes. He consults the lists and sees there, it was the fundamental conception of the whole of that society, men drawn up in grades of importance exactly corresponding to the amount of freehold land which each possessed. He has to vote, perhaps upon some question of local repairs, the making of some new street, or the establishment of some monument. Probably he hears of some local quarrel, provoked, he is told, by the small segregated Christian body, and he follows the police to report upon it. He leaves the Curia for his own business, and hears at home the accounts of his many farms, what deaths of slaves there have been, what has been the result of harvest, what purchases of slaves or goods have been made, what difficulty there has been in recruiting among his tenantry for the army, and so forth. Such a man was concerned one way or another with perhaps a dozen large farming centers or villages, and had some thousands of human beings dependent upon him. In this domestic business he hardly comes across the church at all. It was still in the towns. It was not yet rooted in the countryside. There might possibly, even at that distance from the frontiers, be rumors of some little incursion or other of barbarians. Perhaps a few hundred fighting men, come from the outer Germanies, had taken refuge with a Roman garrison after suffering defeat at the hands of neighboring barbarians, or perhaps they were attempting to live by pillage in the neighborhood of the garrison, and the soldiers had been called out against them. He might have, from the hands of a friend in that garrison, a letter brought to him officially by the imperial post, which was organized along all the great highways, telling him what had been done to the marauders or to the suppliants, how too some had after capture been allotted land to till under conditions nearly servile, others perhaps forcibly recruited for the army. The news would never for a moment have suggested to him any coming danger to the society in which he lived. He would have passed from such affairs to recreations, probably literary, and there would have been an end of his day. In such a day, what we note as most exceptional is the aspect of the small Catholic body in a then pagan city. And we should remember, if we are to understand history, that by this time it was already the phenomena which contemporaries were also beginning to note most carefully. That is a fair presentment of the manner in which a number of local affairs, including the Catholic Church in his city, would have struck such a man at such a time. If we use our knowledge to consider the empire as a whole, we must observe certain other things in the landscape, touching the Church and the society around it, which a local view cannot give us. In the first place, there had been in that society from time to time acute spasmodic friction breaking out between the imperial power and this separate voluntary organism, the Catholic Church. The Church's partial secrecy, its high vitality, its claim to independent administration, were the superficial causes of this. Speaking as a Catholic, we know that the ultimate causes were more profound. The conflict was a conflict between Jesus Christ with his great foundation on one hand and what Jesus Christ himself had called the world. But it is unhistorical to think of a pagan world opposed to a Christian world at that time. The very conception of a pagan world requires some external manifest Christian civilization against which to contrast it. There was none such, of course, for Rome in the first generation of the 3rd century. The Church had around her a society in which education was very widely spread, intellectual curiosity very lively, a society largely skeptical but interested to discover the right conduct of human life, and tasting now this opinion, now that, to see if it could discover a final solution. It was a society of such individual freedom that it is difficult to speak of its luxury or its cruelty. A cruel man could be cruel in it without suffering the punishment which centuries of Christian training would render natural to our ideas. But a merciful man could be and would be merciful, and would preach mercy, and would be generally applauded. It was a society in which there were many ascetics, whole schools of thought contemptuous of sensual pleasure, but a society distinguished from the Christian, particularly in this, that at bottom it believed man to be sufficient to himself, and all belief to be mere opinions. Here was the great antithesis between the Church and her surroundings. It is an antithesis which has been revived today. Today, outside the Catholic Church, there is no distinction between opinions and faith, nor any idea that man is other than sufficient to himself. The Church did not and does not believe man to be sufficient to himself, nor naturally in possession of those keys which would open the doors to full knowledge or full social content. It proposed and proposes its doctrines to be held not as opinions, but as a body of faith. It differed from, or was more solid than, all around it in this, that a proposed statement, instead of hypotheses, affirmed concrete historical facts instead of suggesting myths, and treated its ritual of mysteries as realities instead of symbols. A word as to the constitution of the Church. All men with an historical training know that the Church of the years 200 to 250 was what I have described it, an organized society under bishops, and what is more, it is evident that there was a central primacy at Rome, as well as local primacies in various other great cities. But what is not so generally emphasized is the way in which Christian society appears to have looked at itself at that time. The conception which the Catholic Church had of itself in the early 3rd century can perhaps best be approached by pointing out that if we use the word Christianity, we are unhistorical. Christianity is a term in the mouth and upon the pen of the post-Reformation writer. It connotes an opinion or a theory, a point of view, an idea. The Christians of the time of which I speak had no such conception. Upon the contrary, they were attached to its very antithesis, They were attached to the conception of a thing, of an organized body instituted for a definite end, disciplined in a definite way, and remarkable for the possession of definite and concrete doctrine. One can talk, in speaking of the first 3 centuries, of Stoicism, or Epicureanism, or Neoplatonism, but one cannot talk of Christianism or Christism. Indeed, no one has been so ignorant or unhistorical as to attempt those phrases. But the current phrase Christianity, used by moderns as identical with the Christian body in the 3rd century, is intellectually the equivalent of Christianism or Christism, and I repeat, it connotes a grossly unhistorical idea. It connotes something historically false, something that never existed. Let me give an example of what I mean. 4 men will be sitting as guests of a 5th in a private house in Carthage in the year 225. They are all men of culture, all possessed of the 2 languages, Greek and Latin, well read and interested in the problems and half-solutions of their skeptical time. One will profess himself materialist, and will find another to agree with him. There is no personal God. Certain moral duties must be recognized by men for such and such utilitarian reasons, and so forth. He finds support. The host is not of that opinion. He has been profoundly influenced by certain mysteries into which he has been initiated, that is, symbolical plays showing the fate of the soul, and performed in high seclusion before members of a society sworn to secrecy. He has come to feel the spiritual life as the natural life round him. He has curiously followed, and often paid at high expense, the services of necromancers. He believes that in an initiation, which he experienced in his youth and during the secret and most vivid dramas or mystery in which he then took part, he actually came in contact with the spiritual world. Such men were not uncommon. The declining society of the time was already turning to influences of that type. The host's conviction, his awed and reticent attitude towards such things, impress his guests. One of the guests, however, a simple, solid kind of man, not drawn to such vagaries, says that he has been reading with great interest the literature of the Christians. He is in admiration of the traditional figure of the founder of their church. He quotes certain phrases, especially from the 4 Orthodox Gospels. They move him to eloquence, and by their poignancy and illuminative power have an effect upon his friends. He ends by saying, "For my part, I have come to make it a sort of rule to act as this man Christ would have had me act. He seems to me to have led the most perfect life I ever read of, and the practical maxims which are attached to his name seem to me a sufficient guide to life. That," he will conclude simply, "is the groove into which I have fallen, and I do not think I shall ever leave it." Let us call the man who has so spoken Ferolius. Would Ferolius have been a Christian? Would the officials of the Roman Empire have called him a Christian? Would he have been in danger of unpopularity where Christians were unpopular? Would Christians have received him among themselves as part of the strict and still somewhat secret society? Would he have counted with any single man of the whole empire as one of the Christian body? The answer is most emphatically no. No Christian in the first 3 centuries would have held such a man as coming within his view. No imperial officer in the most violent crisis of one of those spasmodic persecutions which the Church had to undergo would have troubled him with a single question. No Christian congregation would have regarded him as in any way connected with their body. Opinion of that sort, Christism, had no relation to the Church. How far it existed we cannot tell, for it was unimportant. In so far as it existed, it would have been on all fours with any one of the vague opinions which floated about the cultured Roman world. Now it is evident that the term Christianity, used as a point of view, a mere mental attitude, would include such a man, and it is equally evident that we have only to imagine him to see that he had nothing to do with the Christian religion of that day. For the Christian religion, then as now, was a thing, not a theory. It was expressed in what I have called an organism, and that organism was the Catholic Church. The end of section 8. Section 9. Europe and the Faith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Europe and the Faith by Hilaire Belloc. Section 9, Chapter 2 continued. The reader may here object, but surely there was heresy after heresy, and thousands of men were at any moment claiming the name of Christian, whom the Orthodox Church rejected. Nay, some suffered martyrdom rather than relinquish the name. True, but the very existence of such sects should be enough to prove the point at issue. These sects arose precisely because within the Catholic Church exact doctrine, unbroken tradition, and absolute unity were all three regarded as the necessary marks of the institution. The heresies arose one after another from the action of men who were prepared to define yet more punctiliously what the truth might be, and to claim with yet more particular insistence the possession of living tradition and the right to be regarded as the center of unity. No heresy pretended that the truth was vague and indefinite. The whole gist and meaning of a heresy was that it, the heresy, or he, the heresiarch, was prepared to make doctrine yet more sharp and to assert his own definition. What you find in these foundational times is not the Catholic Church asserting and defining a thing, and then, some time after, the heresiarch denying this definition. No, heresy comes within 100 miles of such a procedure. What happened in the early Church is that some doctrine not yet fully defined is laid down by such and such a man, that his final settlement clashes with the opinion of others, that after debate and counsel and also authoritative statement on the part of the bishops, this man's solution is rejected and an orthodox solution is defined. From that moment, the heresiarch, if he will not fall into line with the defined opinion, ceases to be in communion, and his rejection, no less than his own original insistence upon its doctrine, are in themselves proof that both he and his judges postulate unity and definition as the two necessary marks of the Catholic truth. No early heretic or no early Orthodox authority dreams of saying to his opponent, "You may be right. Let us agree to differ. Let us each form his part of Christian society and look at things from his own point of view." The moment a question is raised, it must of its nature, the early Church being what it was, be defined one way or the other. Well, then, what was this body of doctrine held by common tradition and present everywhere in the first years of the 3rd century? Let me briefly set down what we know, as a matter of historical and documentary evidence, the Church of this period to have held. What we know is a very different matter from what we can guess. We may amplify it from our conceptions of the probable according to our knowledge of that society, as for instance when we say that there was probably a bishop at Marseilles before the middle of the 2nd century. Or we may amplify it by guesswork and suppose, in the absence of evidence, some just possible but exceedingly improbable thing, as that an important canonical gospel has been lost. There is an infinite range for guesswork, both orthodox and heretical, but the plain and known facts which repose upon historical and documentary evidence, and which have no corresponding documentary evidence against them, are both few and certain. Let us take such a writer as Tertullian, and set down what was certainly true of his time. Tertullian was a man of about 40 in the year 200. The Church then thought, as an unbroken tradition, that a man who had been put to death about 170 years before in Palestine, only 130 years before Tertullian's birth, had risen again on the third day. This man was a known and real person with whom numbers had conversed. In Tertullian's childhood, men still lived to admit eyewitnesses of the thing asserted. This man, the Church said, was also the supreme creator God. There you have an apparent contradiction in terms, at any rate a mystery, fruitful in opportunities for theory, and as a fact destined to lead to 3 centuries of more and more particular definition. This man, who also was God himself, had, through chosen companions, called apostles, founded a strict and disciplined society called the Church. The doctrines the Church taught professed to be his doctrines. They included the immortality of the human soul, its redemption, its alternative of salvation and damnation. Initiation into the Church was by way of baptism with water in the name of the Trinity, Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Before his death, this man, who was also God, had instituted a certain rite and mystery called the Eucharist. He took bread and wine and changed them into his body and blood. He ordered this rite to be continued. The central act of worship of the Christian Church was therefore a consecration of bread and wine by priests in the presence of the initiated and baptized Christian body of the locality. The bread and wine so consecrated were certainly called, universally, the body of the Lord. The faithful also certainly communicated, that is, ate the bread and drank the wine thus changed in the mystery. It was the central rite of the Church thus to take the body of the Lord. There was certainly at the head of each Christian community a bishop, regarded as directly the successor of the apostles, the chief agent of the ritual and the guardian of the doctrine. The whole increasing body of local communities kept in touch through their bishops, held one doctrine and practiced what was substantially one ritual. All that is plain history. The numerical proportion of the Church in the city of Carthage, where Tertullian wrote, was certainly large enough for its general suppression to be impossible. One might argue from one of his phrases that it was 1/10 of the population. Equally certainly did the unity of the Christian Church and its bishops teach the institution of the Eucharist, the resurrection, the authority of the apostles, and their power of tradition through the bishops. A very large number of converts were to be noted, and to go back to Tertullian, the majority of his time, by his testimony, were recruited by conversion and were not born Christians. Such is known to have been, in a very brief outline, the manner of the Catholic Church in these early years of the 3rd century. Such was the undisputed manner of the Church, as a Christian or an inquiring pagan would have been acquainted with it in the years 160 to 200 and onwards. I have purposely chosen this moment because it is the moment in which Christian evidence first emerges upon any considerable scale. Many of the points I have set down are, of course, demonstrably anterior to the 3rd century. I mean by demonstrably anterior, proved in earlier documentary testimony. That ritual and doctrine firmly fixed are long anterior to the time in which you find them rooted is obvious to common sense, but there are documents as well. Thus we have Justin Martyr. He was no less than 60 years older than Tertullian. He was as near to the crucifixion as my generation is to the Reform Bill, and he gave us a full description of the Mass. We have the letters of St. Ignatius. He was a much older man than St. Justin, perhaps 40 or 50 years older. He stood to the generations contemporary with our Lord as I stand to the generation of Gladstone, Bismarck, and early as he is, he testifies fully to the organization of the Church with its bishops, the Eucharistic doctrine, and the primacy of the Roman See. The literature remaining to us from the early 1st century and a half after the crucifixion is very scanty. The writings of what are called apostolic times, that is, documents proceeding immediately from men who could remember the time of our Lord, form not only in their quantity, and that is sufficiently remarkable, but in their quality too, a far superior body of evidence to what we possess from the next generation. We have more in the New Testament than we have in the writings of these men who came just after the death of the apostles. But what does remain is quite convincing. There arose from the date of our Lord's ascension into heaven, from say A.D. 30 or so, before the death of Tiberius and a long lifetime after the Roman organization of Gaul, a definite, strictly ruled and highly individual society with fixed doctrines, special mysteries, and a strong discipline of its own, with a most vivid, distinct personality, unmistakable. And this society was and is called the Church. I would beg the reader to note with precision both the task upon which we are engaged and the exact dates with which we are dealing, for there is no matter in which history has been more grievously distorted by religious bias. The task upon which we are engaged is the judgment of a portion of history as it was. I am not writing here from a brief. I am concerned to set forth a fact. I am acting as a witness or a copier, not as an advocate or lawyer. And I say that the conclusion we can establish with regard to the Christian community on these main lines is the conclusion to which any man must come, quite independent of his creed. He will deny these facts only if he has such bias against the faith as interferes with his reason. A man's belief in the mission of the Catholic Church, his confidence in its divine origin, do not move him to these plain historical conclusions any more than they move him to his conclusions upon the real existence, doctrine, and organization of contemporary Mormonism. Whether the Church told the truth is for philosophy to discuss. What the Church in fact was is plain history. The Church may have taught nonsense, its organization may have been a clumsy human thing. That would not affect the historical facts. By the year 200, the Church was everywhere, manifestly and in ample evidence throughout the Roman world, what I have described, and taught the doctrines I have just enumerated. But it stretches back 170 years before that date, and it has evidence to its title throughout that era of youth. To see that the state of affairs everywhere, widely apparently in 200, was rooted in the very origins of the institution 170 years before, to see that all this mass of ritual, doctrine, and discipline starts with the first third of the first century, and the Church was from its birth the Church, the reader must consider the dates. We know that we have in the body of documents contained in the canon which the Church has authorized as the New Testament, documents proceeding from men who were contemporary with the origin of the Christian religion. Even modern scholarship, with all its love of fantasy, is now clear upon so obvious a point. The authors of the Gospels, the Acts, and the Epistles, Clement also, and Ignatius also, who had conversed with the Apostles, may have been deceived. They may have been deceiving. I am not here concerned with that point. The discussion of it belongs to another province of argument altogether. But they were contemporaries of the things they said they were contemporaries of. In other words, their writings are what is called authentic. If I read in the four Gospels not only the first three of such and such a miracle, I believe it or I disbelieve it. But I am reading the account of a man who lived at the time when the miracle is said to have happened. If you read in Ignatius 7 certainly genuine letters of episcopacy and the Eucharist, you may think him a wrong-headed enthusiast, but you know that you're reading the work of a man who personally witnessed the beginnings of the Church. You know that the customs, manners, doctrines, and institutions he mentions or takes for granted were certainly those of his time, that is, of the origin of Catholicism, though you may think the customs silly and the doctrines nonsense. The end of section 9. Section 10, Europe and the Faith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Europe and the Faith by Hilaire Belloc. Section 10, Chapter 2, concluded. St. Ignatius, talking about the origin and present character of the Catholic Church, is exactly in the position, in the matter of dates, of a man of our time talking about the rise and present character of the Socialists, or of the rise and present character of Leopold's Kingdom of Belgium, of United Italy, the modern. He is talking of what is virtually his own time. Well, there comes after this considerable body of contemporary documentary evidence contemporary, that is, with the very spring and rising of the Church, and proceeding from its first founders, a gap which is somewhat more than the long lifetime of a man. This gap is with difficulty bridged. The vast mass of its documentary evidence has of course perished, as has the vast mass of all ancient writing. The little preserved is mainly preserved in quotations and fragments. But after this gap, from somewhat before the year 200, we come to the beginning of a regular series, and a series increasing of volume, of documentary evidence. Not, I repeat, of evidence to the truth of supernatural doctrines, but of evidence to what these doctrines and their accompanying ritual and organization were. Evidence to the way in which the Church was constituted, to the way in which she regarded her mission, to the things she thought important, to the practice of her rites. That is why I have taken the early 3rd century as the moment in which we can first take a full historical view of the Catholic Church in being, and this picture is full of evidence to the state of the Church in its origins 3 generations before. I say again, it is all important for the reader who desires the true historical picture to seize the sequence of the dates with which we are dealing, their relation to the length of human life, and therefore to the society to which they relate. It is all important because the false history which has had its own way for so many years is based upon 2 false suggestions of the first magnitude. The first is the suggestion that the period between the crucifixion and the full Church of the 3rd century was one in which vast changes could proceed unobserved, and vast perversions of the original ideas be rapidly developed. The second is that the space of time during which those changes are supposed to have taken place was sufficient to account for them. It is only because those days are remote from ours that such suggestions can be made. If we put ourselves by an effort of the imagination into the surroundings of that period, we can soon discover how false these suggestions are. The period was not one favorable to the interruption of record. It was one of a very high culture. The proportion of curious, intellectual, and skeptical men which that society contained was perhaps greater than in any other period with which we are acquainted. It was certainly greater than it is today. Those times were certainly less susceptible to mere novel assertion than are the crowds of our great cities under the influence of the modern press. It was a period astonishingly alive. Lethargy and decay had not yet touched the world of the empire. It built, read, traveled, discussed, and above all criticized with an enormous energy. In general, it was no period during which alien fashions could rise within such a community as the Church, without their opponents being immediately able to combat them by an appeal to the evidence of the immediate past. The world in which the Church arose was one, and that world was intensely vivid. Anyone in that world who saw such an institution as episcopacy, for instance, or such a doctrine as the divinity of Christ to be a novel corruption of the originals, could have and would have protested at once. It was a world of ample record and continual communication. Granted such a world, let us take the second point and see what was the distance in mere time between this early 3rd century of which I speak and what is called the Apostolic period. That is the generation which could still remember the origins of the Church in Jerusalem and the preaching of the Gospel in Grecian, Italian, and perhaps African cities. We are often told that changes gradually crept in, that the imperceptible effect of time did this or that. Let us see how these vague phrases stand the test of confrontation with actual dates. Let us stand in the year 200 to 210. Consider a man that advanced in years, well read and traveled, and present in those first years of the 3rd century at the celebration of the Eucharist. There were many such men who, if they had been able to do so, would have reproved novelties and denounced perverted tradition. That none did so is a sufficient proof that the main lines of Catholic government and practice had developed unbroken and unwarped from at least his own childhood. But an old man who so witnessed the constitution of the Church and its practices, as I have described them in the year 200, would correspond to that generation of old people whom we have with us today. The old people who were born in the late 20s or 30s of the 19th century. The old people who can just remember the English Reform Bill and who were almost grown up during the troubles of 1848 and the establishment of the Second Empire in Paris. The old people in the United States who can remember as children the election of Van Buren to the office of President. The old people whose birth was not far removed from the death of Thomas Jefferson, and who were grown men and women when gold was first discovered in California. Well, pursuing that parallel, consider next the persecution under Nero. It was the great event to which the Christians would refer as a date in the early history of the Church. It took place in apostolic times. It affected men who, though aged, could easily remember Judea in the years connected with our Lord's mission and his passion. St. Peter lived to witness in that persecution to the faith. St. John survived it. It came not 40 years later than the day of Pentecost. But the persecution under Nero was to an old man such as I have supposed assisting at the Eucharist in the early part of the 3rd century, no further off than the Declaration of Independence is from the old people of our generation. An old man in the year 200 could certainly remember many who had themselves been witnesses of the apostolic age, just as an old man today remembers well men who saw the French Revolution and the Napoleonic Wars. The old people who had surrounded his childhood would be to St. Paul, St. Peter, and St. John what the old people who survived, say, to 1845 would have been to Jefferson, to Lafayette, or to the younger Pitt. They could have seen and talked to that first generation of the Church as the corresponding people surviving in the early 19th century could have seen and talked with the founders of the United States. It is quite impossible to imagine that the Eucharistic sacrifice, the rite of initiation, baptism in the name of the Trinity, the establishment of an episcopacy, the fierce defense of unity and orthodoxy, and all those main lines of Catholicism which we find to be the very essence of the Church in the early 3rd century, could have risen without protest. They cannot have come from innocent, natural, uncivilized perversion of an original so very recent and so open to every form of examination. That there should have been discussion as to the definition and meaning of undecided doctrines is natural and fits with both dates and with the atmosphere of the period and the character of the subject. But that a whole scheme of Christian government and doctrine should have been developed in contradiction of Christian origins, and yet without protest in a period so brilliantly living, full of such rapid intercommunication, and above all so brief, is quite impossible. That is what history has to say of the early Church in the Roman Empire. The Gospels, the Acts, the canonical epistles, and those of Clement and Ignatius may tell a true or a false story. Their authors may have written under an illusion, or from a conscious self-deception, or they may have been supremely true and immutably sincere, but they are contemporary. A man may respect their divine origin, or he may despise their claims to instruct the human race. But that the Christian body, from its beginning, was not Christianity, but a church, and that church was identically one with what was already called long before the 3rd century the Catholic Church, is simply plain history, as plain and as straightforward as the history, let us say, of municipal institutions in contemporary Gaul. It is history indefinitely better proved, and therefore indefinitely more certain than, let us say, modern guesswork on imaginary Teutonic institutions before the 8th century, or the still more imaginary Aryan origins of the European race, or any other of the pseudo-scientific hypotheses which still try to pass for historical truth. Footnote: the Muratorian fragment is older than the 3rd century, and St. Ignatius, who also uses the word Catholic, was as near to the time of the Gospels as I am to the Crimean War. So much for the Catholic Church in the early 3rd century, when first we have a mass of evidence upon it. It is a highly disciplined, powerful, growing body, intent on unity, ruled by bishops, having for its central doctrine the incarnation of God in an historical person, Jesus Christ, and for its central rite a mystery, the transformation of bread and wine by priests into the body and blood which the faithful consume. This state within the states, by the year 200, already had affected the empire. In the next generation it permeated the empire. It was already transforming European civilization. By the year 200 the thing was done. As the empire declined, the Catholic Church caught and preserved it. What was the process of that decline? To answer such a question we have next to observe 3 developments that followed. The great increase of barbarian hired soldiery within the empire, the weakening of the central power as compared with the local power of the small and increasingly rich class of great landowners, the rise of the Catholic Church from an admitted position, and soon a predominating position, to complete mastery over all society. All these 3 phenomena developed together. They occupied about 200 years, roughly from the year 300 to the year 500. When they had run their course, the Western Empire was no longer governed as one society from one imperial center. The chance heads of certain auxiliary forces in the Roman army, drawn from barbaric recruitment, had established themselves in the various provinces and were calling themselves kings. The Catholic Church was everywhere the religion of the great majority. It had everywhere alliance with, and often the use of, the official machinery of government and taxation, which continued unbroken. It had become far beyond all the other organisms in the Roman state, the central and typical organism which gave the European world its note. This process is commonly called the fall of the Roman Empire. What was that fall? What really happened in this great transformation? The end of section 10. The end of chapter 2. Section 11. Europe and the Faith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Europe and the Faith by Hilaire Belloc. Section 11, Chapter 3. What was the fall of the Roman Empire? That state of society which I have just described, the ordered and united society of the Roman Empire, passed into another and very different state of society, the society of what are called the Dark Ages. From these again rose, after another 600 years of adventures and perils, the great harvest of medieval civilization. Hardly had the Roman Empire turned in its maturity to accept the fruit of its long development, I mean the Catholic Church, when it began to grow old and was clearly about to suffer some great transition. But that transition, which threatened to be death, proved in the issue not death at all, but a mixture of vision and change. The close succession of fruit and decay in society is what one expects from the analogy of all living things. At the close of the cycle it is death that should come. A plant, just after it is most fruitful, falls quickly. So one might imagine, should the long story of the Mediterranean civilization have proceeded. When it was at its final and most complete stage, one would expect some final and complete religion which should satisfy its long search and solve its ancient riddles. But after such a discovery, after the fruit of such a maturity had fully developed, one would expect an end. Now it has been the singular fortune of our European civilization that an end did not come. Dissolution was, in some strange way, checked. Death was averted. And the more closely one looks into the unique history of that salvation, the salvation of all that could be saved in a most ancient and fatigued society, the more one sees that this salvation was effected by no agency save that of the Catholic Church. Everything else after, say, 250 A.D., the empty, fashionable philosophies, the barbarians filling the army, the current passions and the current despair, made for nothing but ruin. There is no parallel to this survival in all the history of mankind. Every other great civilization has, after many centuries of development, either fallen into a fixed and sterile sameness, or died and disappeared. There is nothing left of Egypt. There is nothing left of Assyria. The Eastern civilizations remain, but remain immovable, or if they change, can only vulgarly copy external models. But the civilization of Europe, the civilization that is of Rome and the Empire, had a third fortune, differing both from death and from sterility. It survived to a resurrection. Its essential seeds were preserved for a second spring. For 500 or 600 years men carved less well, wrote verse less well, let roads fall slowly into ruin, lost or rather coarsened the machinery of government, forgot or neglected much in letters and in the arts and in the sciences. But there was preserved, right through that long period, not only so much of letters and of the arts as would suffice to bridge the great gulf between the 5th century and the 11th, but also so much of what was really vital in the mind of Europe as would permit that mind to blossom again after its repose. And the agency, I repeat, which effected this conservation of the seeds was the Catholic Church. It is impossible to understand this truth. Indeed, it is impossible to make any sense at all of European history if we accept that story of the decline which is currently put forward in anti-Catholic academies, and which has seemed sufficient to anti-Catholic historians. Their version is briefly this: the Roman Empire, becoming corrupt and more vicious through the spread of luxury and through a sort of naive weakness to be discovered in the very blood of the Mediterranean, was at last invaded and overwhelmed by young and vigorous tribes of Germans. These brought with them all the strength of those native virtues which later rejected the unity of Christendom and began the modern Protestant societies, which are already nearly atheist and very soon will be wholly so. A generic term has been invented by these modern and false historians, whose version I am here giving. The vigorous, young, uncorrupt and virtuous tribes which are imagined to have broken through the boundaries of the effete empire and to have rejuvenated it are grouped together as Teutonic, a German strain, very strong numerically, superior also to what was left of Roman civilization in virile power, is said to have come in and to have taken over the handling of affairs. One great body of these Germans, the Franks, are said to have taken over Gaul; another, the Goths in their various branches, Italy and Spain. But most complete, most fruitful and most satisfactory of all, they tell us, was the eruption of these vigorous and healthy pagans into the outlying province of Britain, which they wholly conquered, exterminating its original inhabitants and colonizing it with their superior stock. It was inevitable, the anti-Catholic historian proceeds to admit, that the presence of uncultured though superior men should accelerate the decline of arts in the society which they thus conquered. It is further to be deplored that their simpler and native virtues were contaminated by the arts of the Roman clergy, and that in some measure the official religion of Rome captured their noble souls. For that official religion permitted the poison of the Roman decline to affect all the European mind, even the German mind, for many centuries. But at the same time this evil effect was counterbalanced by the ineradicable strength and virtues of the northern barbaric blood. This sacred Teutonic blood it was which brought into Western Europe the subtlety of romantic conceptions, the true lyric touch in poetry, the deep reverence which was, till recently, the note of their religion, the love of adventure in which the old civilization was lacking, and a vast respect for women. At the same time their warrior spirit evolved the great structure of feudalism, the chivalric model, and the whole military ideal of medieval civilization. Is it to be wondered at that, when great new areas of knowledge were opened up in the later 15th century by suddenly expanded travel, by printing press, and by an unexpected advance in physical science, the emancipation of the European mind should have brought this pure and barbaric stock to its own again? In proportion as Teutonic blood was strong, in that proportion was the hierarchy of the Catholic Church and the hold upon men of Catholic tradition shaken in the early 16th century. And before that century had closed, the manly stir-up of North Germany, Holland, Scandinavia and England had developed the Protestant civilization of society, advancing healthy and already the master of all rivals, destined soon to be, if not already, supreme. Such is not an exaggerated summary of what the anti-Catholic school of history gave us from German and from English universities, with the partial aid of anti-Catholic academic forces within Catholic countries during the first two-thirds of the 19th century. There went with this strange way of rewriting history a flood of wild hypotheses presented as fact. Thus parliaments, till lately admired, were imagined and therefore stated to be Teutonic, non-Roman, therefore non-Catholic in origin. The gradual decline of slavery was attributed to the same miraculous powers in the northern pagans, and in general whatever thing was good in itself or was consonant with modern ideas was referred back to this original source of good in the business of Europe, the German tribes. Meanwhile the religious hatred these false historians had of civilization, that is, of Roman tradition and the Church, showed itself in 100 other ways. The conquest of Spain by the Mohammedans was represented by them as the victory of a superior people over a degraded and contemptible one. The reconquest of Spain by our race over the Asiatics as a disaster. Its final triumphant instrument, the Inquisition, which saved Spain from a Moorish ravage, was made out a monstrosity. Every revolt, however obscure, against the unity of European civilization in the Middle Ages, notably the worst revolt of all, the Albigensian, was presented as a worthy uplifting of the human mind against conditions of bondage. Most remarkable of all, the actual daily life of Catholic Europe, the habit, way of thought and manner of men during the period of unity from, say, the 8th century to the 15th, was simply omitted. At the moment when history was struggling to become a scientific study, this school of self-pleasing fairy tales held the field. When at last history did become a true scientific study, this school collapsed, but it yet retains, as an inheritance from its old hegemony, a singular power in the lower and more popular forms of historical writing, and where the English language is spoken, it is even today almost the only view of European development which the general student can obtain. It will be noted at the outset that the whole of the fantastic picture which this old and now discredited theory represented is based upon a certain conception of what happened at the breakdown of the Roman Empire. Unless these barbaric German tribes did come in and administrate, unless they really were very considerable in number, unless their character in truth was what this school postulated it to be, vigorous, young, virtuous, and all the rest of it, unless there did indeed take place a struggle between this imaginary great German nation and the Mediterranean civilization, in which the former won and ruled as conquerors over subject peoples, unless these primary axioms have some historical truth in them, the theory which is deduced from them has no historical value whatsoever. A man may have a preference as a Protestant, or merely as an inhabitant of North Germany or Scandinavia, for the type of man who originally lived his degraded life outside the Roman Empire. He may, as an anti-Catholic of any kind, hope that civilization was decadent through Catholicism at the end of the United Roman Empire, and it may please him to imagine that the coincidence of what was originally barbaric with what is now Protestant German Europe is a proof of the former's original prowess. Nay, he may even desire that the non-Catholic and non-traditional type in our civilization shall attain to supremacy which it certainly has not yet reached. Footnote: I write that phrase before the break-up of Prussia and at the moment when Prussia was still the idol of Oxford. But the whole thing is only a pleasant or unpleasant dream, something to imagine and not something to discover, unless we have a solid historical foundation for the theory, to wit, the destruction of the Roman Empire in the way which and by the men whom the theory presupposes. The validity of the whole scheme depends upon our answer to the question, what was the fall of the Roman Empire? The end of section 11. Section 12. Europe and the Faith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Europe and the Faith by Hilaire Belloc. Section 12, Chapter 3 continued. If it was a conquest such as we have just seen postulated, and a conquest actuated by the motives of men so described, then this old anti-Catholic school, though it could not maintain its exaggerations, though, for instance, it could not connect representative institutions with the German barbarians, would yet be substantially true. Now, the moment documents began to be seriously examined and compared, the moment modern research began to approach some sort of finality in the study of that period wherein the united Roman Empire of the West was replaced by sundry local kingdoms, students of history thenceforward, and in proportion to their impartiality, became more and more convinced that the whole of this anti-Catholic attitude reposed upon nothing more than assertion. There was no conquest of effete Mediterranean peoples by vigorous barbarians. The vast number of barbarians who lived as slaves within the empire, the far smaller number who were pressed or hired into the military service of the empire, the still smaller number which entered the empire as marauders during the weakness of the central government towards the end, were not the sort of which this anti-Catholic theory, mistaking its desires for realities, presupposed. The barbarians were not Germans, a term difficult to define. They were of very mixed stocks, which, if we go by speech, a bad guide to race, were some of them Germanic, some Slavs, some even Mongol, some Berber, some of the old unnamed races, the Picts, for instance, and the dark men of the extreme north and west. They had no conspicuous respect for women of the sort which should produce the chivalric ideal. They were not free societies, but slave-owning societies. They did not desire, attempt, or even dream the destruction of the imperial power. That misfortune, which was gradual and never complete, in so far as it came about at all, came about in spite of the barbarians, and not by their conscious effort. They were not numerous. On the contrary, they were but handfuls of men, even when they appeared as successful pillagers and raiders over the frontiers. When they came in large numbers, they were wiped out. They did not introduce any new institutions or any new ideas. Again, you do not find in that capital change from the old civilization to the Dark Ages that the rise of legend and of the romantic and adventurous spirit, the sowing of the modern seed, coincides with places where the great masses of barbaric slaves are settled, or where the fewer barbaric pillagers or the regular barbaric soldiers in the Roman army pass. Romance appears hundreds of years later, and it appears more immediately and earliest in connection with precisely those districts in which the passage of the few Teutonic, Slavonic, and other barbarians had been least felt. There is no link between barbaric society and the feudalism of the Middle Ages. There is no trace of such a link. There is, on the contrary, a very definite and clearly marked historical sequence between Roman civilization and the feudal system, attested by innumerable documents which, once read and compared in their order, leave no sort of doubt that feudalism and the medieval civilization repose on purely Roman origins. In a word, the gradual cessation of central imperial rule in Western Europe, the failure of the power and habit of one united organization seated in Rome to color, define, and administrate the lives of men, was an internal revolution. It did not come from without. It was not a change from within. It was nothing remotely resembling an external, still less a barbaric conquest from without. All that happened was that Roman civilization, having grown very old, failed to maintain that vigorous and universal method of local government subordinated to the capital, which it had for 400 or 500 years supported. The machinery of taxation gradually weakened. The whole of central bureaucratic action weakened. The greater men in each locality began to acquire a sort of independence, and sundry soldiers, benefited by the slow and enormous change, occupied the local palaces, as they were called, of Roman administrations, secured such revenues as the remains of Roman taxation could give them, and conversely had thrust upon them so much of the duty of government as the decline of civilization could still maintain. That is what happened, and that is all that happened. As an historical phenomena, it is what I have called it enormous. It most vividly struck the imagination of men. The tremors and the occasional local cataclysms, which were the symptoms of this change of base from the old high civilization to their dark ages, singularly impressed the numerous and prolific writers of the time. Their terrors, their astonishment, their speculations as to the result, have come down to us highly emphasized. We feel, after all those centuries, the shock which was produced on the literary world of the day by Alaric's sack of Rome, or by the march of the Roman auxiliary troops called Visigoths through Gaul into Spain, or by the appearance of the mixed horde called, after their leaders, Vandals in front of Hippo in Africa. But what we do not feel, what we do not obtain from the contemporary documents, what was a mere figment of the academic brain in the generation now just passing away, is that anti-Catholic and anti-civilized bias which would represent the ancient civilization as conquered by men of another and of a better stock, who have since developed the supreme type of modern civilization, and whose contrast with the Catholic world and the Catholic tradition is at once applauded as the principle of life in Europe and emphasized as the fundamental fact in European history. The reader will not be content with a mere affirmation, though the affirmation is based upon all that is worth counting in modern scholarship. He will ask what, then, did really happen. After all, Alaric did sack Rome. The kings of the Franks were Belgian chieftains, probably speaking at first Flemish as well as Latin. Those of the Burgundians were probably men who spoke that hodgepodge of original barbaric Celtic and Roman words later called Teutonic dialects, as well as Latin. The military officers called, from the original recruitment of their commands, Goths. Both Eastern and Western were in the same case. Even that mixed mass of Slav, Berber, escaped slaves and the rest, which, from original leaders, was called in North Africa Vandal, probably had some considerable German nucleus. The false history has got superficial ground to work upon. Many families whose origins came from what is now German-speaking Central Europe ruled in local government during the transition, and distinct though small tribes, mainly German in speech, survived for a short time in the empire. Like all falsehood, the falsehood of the Teutonic theory could not live without an element of truth to distort, and it is the business of anyone who is writing true history, even in so short an essay as this, to show what that ground was and how it has been misrepresented. In order to understand what happened, we must first of all clearly represent to ourselves the fact that the structure upon which our united civilization had its first 5 centuries reposed was the Roman army, by which I do not mean that the number of soldiers was very large compared with the civilian population, but that the organ which was vital in the state, the thing that really counted, the institution upon which men's minds turned and which they thought of as the foundation of all, was the military institution. The original city-state of the Mediterranean broke down a little before the beginning of our era, when, as always ultimately happens in a complex civilization of many millions, self-government had broken down, and when it was necessary, after the desperate faction fights which that breakdown had produced, to establish a strong center of authority, the obvious and as it were necessary person to exercise that authority in a state constituted as was the Roman state was the commander-in-chief of the army. All that the word emperor, the Latin word imperator, means is a commander-in-chief. It was the army which made and unmade emperors. It was the army which designed and ordered and even helped to construct the great roads of the empire. It was in connection with the needs of the army that those roads were traced. It was the army which secured, very easily, for peace was popular, the civil order of the vast organism. It was the army, especially, which guarded its frontiers against the uncivilized world without, upon the edge of the Sahara and of the Arabian desert, upon the edge of the Scotch mountains, upon the edge of the poor wild lands between the Rhine and the Elbe. On those frontiers the garrisons made a sort of wall within which wealth and right living could accumulate, outside which small and impoverished bodies of men, destitute of the arts, notably of writing, save in so far as they rudely copied the Romans or were permeated by adventurous Roman commerce, lived under conditions which, in the Celtic hills, we can partially appreciate from the analogy of ancient Gaul and from the tenacious legends, but of which, in the German and Slavonic sand plains, marshes and woods, we know hardly anything at all. Now this main instrument, the Roman army, the instrument remembered which not only preserved civic functions, but actually created the master of all civic functions, the government, went through 3 very clear stages of change in the first 4 centuries of the Christian era, up to the year AD 400 or so. And it is the transformation of the Roman army during the first 4 centuries which explains the otherwise inexplicable change in the society afterwards in the 5th and 6th centuries, that is, from 400 to 600 AD. The turn from the full civilization of Rome to the beginning of the Dark Ages. In its first stage, during the early Empire, just as the Catholic Church was founded and was beginning to grow, the Roman army was still theoretically an army of true Roman citizens. Footnote: a soldier was still technically a citizen up to the very end. The conception of a soldier as a citizen, the impossibility, for instance, of his being a slave, was in the very bones of Roman thought. Even when the soldiers were almost entirely recruited from barbarians, that is, from slave stock, the soldiers themselves were free citizens always. As a matter of fact, the army was already principally professional, and it was being recruited even in this first stage very largely from the territories Rome had conquered. Thus we have Caesar raising a Gallic legion almost contemporaneous with his conquest of Gaul. But for a long time after, well into the Christian era, the army was conceived of in men's minds as a sort of universal institution, rooted in the citizenship which men were still proud to claim throughout the empire, and which belonged only to a minority of its inhabitants, for the majority were slaves. In the second phase, which corresponds with the beginning of a decline in the letters and the arts, which carries us through the welter of civil wars in the 3rd century, and which introduces the remodeled empire at their close, the army was becoming purely professional, and at the same time drawn from whatever was least fortunate in Roman society. The recruitment of it was treated much after the fashion of a tax. The great landed proprietors who, by a parallel development in the decline, were becoming the chief economic feature in the Roman state, were summoned to send a certain number of recruits from their estates. Slaves would often be glad to go, for hard as were the conditions of military service, it gave them civic freedom, certain honors, a certain pay, and a future for their children. The poorer freed men would also go at the command of their lord, though only, of course, a certain proportion, for the conscription was very light compared with modern systems, and was made lighter by re-enlistment, long service, absence of reserves, and the use of veterans. The end of section 12. Section 13. Europe and the Faith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Europe and the Faith by Hilaire Belloc. Section 13. Chapter 3 continued. During this second stage, while the army was becoming less and less civic and more profession for the destitute and the unfortunate, the unpopularity and the ignorance of military service among the rest of the population was increasing. The average citizen grew more and more divorced from the army and knew less and less of its conditions. He came to regard it partly as a necessary police force or a defense of his frontiers, partly as a nuisance to him at home. He also came to regard it as something with which he had nothing to do. It lived a life separate from himself. It governed through the power of the empire, its chief. It depended on and also supported or remade the imperial court, but it was external, at the close of the empire, to general society. Recruiting was meanwhile becoming difficult, and the habit grew up of offering the hungry tribes outside the pale of the empire the advantage of residence within it on condition that they should serve as Roman soldiers. The conception of territories within empire which were affiliated and allied to it rather than absorbed by it was a very ancient one. That concept had lost reality so far as the old territories it had once affected were concerned, but it paved the way for the parallel idea of troops affiliated and allied to the Roman army, part of that army in discipline and organization, yet possessed of considerable freedom within their own divisions. Here we have not only a constant and increasing use of barbaric troops drafted into the regular corps, but also whole bodies which were more and more frequently accepted en bloc and under their local leader as auxiliaries to the Roman forces. Some such bodies appeared to have been settled upon land on the frontiers. To others were given similar grants at very great distances from the frontiers. Thus we have a small body of German barbarians settled at Rennes in Brittany, and again within the legions, who were all technically of Roman citizenship and in theory recruited from the full civilization of Rome, the barbarian, who happened to find himself within that civilization, tended more than did his non-barbarian fellow citizen or fellow slave to accept military service. He would nearly always be poorer. He would, unless his experience of civilization was a long one, feel the hardship of military service less. And in this second phase, while the army was becoming more sedentary, more attached, that is, to particular garrisons, more permanent, more an hereditary thing handed on from father to son and distinguished by the large element of what we call married quarters, it was also becoming more and more an army of men whom, whether as auxiliaries or as true Roman soldiers, were, in blood descent and to some extent in manners and less in language, barbarians. There were Negroes, there were probably Celts, there were Slavs, Mongols of the steppes, more numerous Germans, and so forth. In the third stage, which is the stage that saw the great convulsion of the 5th century, the army, though not yet wholly barbaric, had already become in its most vital part barbaric. It took its orders, of course, wholly from the Roman state, but great groups within it were only partly even Latin-speaking or Greek-speaking, and were certainly regarded, both by themselves and by their Roman masters, as non-Roman in manners and in blood. It must most clearly be emphasized that not only no such thought as an attack upon the Empire entered the heads of these soldiers, but that the very idea of it would have been inconceivable to them. Had you proposed it, they would not even have known what you meant. That a particular section of the army should fight against a particular claimant to the Empire, and therefore and necessarily in favor of some other claimant, they thought natural enough. But to talk of an attack upon the Empire itself would have seemed to them like talking of an attack upon bread and meat, air, water and fire. The Empire was the whole method and meaning of their lives. At intervals, the high and wealthy civilization of the Roman Empire was, of course, subjected to attempted pillage by small and hungry robber bands without its boundaries. But that had nothing to do with the barbaric recruitment of the Roman army, save when such bands were caught and incorporated. The army was always ready at a moment's order to cut such foreign raiders to pieces, and always did so successfully. The portion of the army chosen to repel, cut up and sell into slavery a marauding band of Slavs or Germans or Celts, always had Celts or Slavs or Germans present in large numbers among its own soldiery. But no tie of blood interfered with the business. To consider such a thing would have been inconceivable to the opponents on either side. The distinction was not between speech and speech, still less between vague racial customs. It was a distinction between the imperial service on one side against the outer, unrecognized savage on the other. As the machinery of government grew weak through old age, and as the recruitment of the army from barbarians and the large proportion of auxiliary regular forces began to weaken that basis of the whole state, the tendency of pillaging bands to break in past the frontiers into the cultivated lands and the wealth of the cities grew greater and greater. But it never occurred to them to attack the Empire as such. All they wanted was permission to enjoy the life which was led within it, and to abandon the wretched conditions to which they were compelled outside its boundaries. Sometimes they were transformed from pillagers to soldiers by an offer extended by the Roman authorities. More often they snatched a raid when there was for the moment no good garrison in their neighborhood. Then a Roman force would march against them, and if they were not quick at getting away, would cut them to pieces. But with the progress of the central decline, the attacks of these small bands on the frontiers became more frequent. Frontier towns came to regard such attacks as permanent peril, and to defend themselves against them. Little groups of raiders would sometimes traverse great distances from end to end, and whether in the form of pirates from the sea or of war bands on land, the ceaseless attempts to enjoy or loot, but principally to enjoy, the conditions that civilization offered, grew more and more persistent. It must not be imagined, of course, that civilization had not occasionally to suffer then, as it had to suffer at intervals for 1,000 years past, the attacks of really large and organized barbaric armies. Footnote: for instance, a century and a half before the breakdown of central government, the Goths, a barbaric group largely German, had broken in and ravaged in a worse fashion than their successors in the 5th century. Thus, in the year 404, driven by the pressure of an eastern invasion upon their own forests, a vast barbaric host under one Radagasius pushed into Italy. The men bearing arms alone were estimated, in a time well used to soldiery and to such estimates, at 200,000. But those 200,000 were wiped out. The barbarians were always wiped out when they attempted to come in as conquerors. Stilicho, a typical figure, for he was himself of barbarian descent, yet in the regular Roman service, cut to pieces one portion of them. The rest surrendered and were sold off and scattered as slaves. Immediately afterwards you have a violent quarrel between various soldiers who desire to capture the imperial power. The story is fragmentary and somewhat confused. Now one usurper is blamed and now another. But the fact common to all is that with the direct object of usurping power, a Roman general calls in barbarian bands of pillagers, all sorts of small groups, Franks, Suevians, Vandals, to cross the Rhine into Gaul, not as barbarian conquerors, but as allies to help in a civil war. The succeeding generation has left us ample evidence of the results. It presents us with documents that do not give a picture of a ruined province by any means, only of a province which has been traversed in certain directions by the march of barbarian robber bands, who afterwards disappeared, largely in fighting among themselves. We have later the very much more serious business of the Mongol Attila and his Huns leading the great outer mass of Germans and Slavs into the empire on an enormous raid. In the middle of the 5th century, 50 years after the destruction of Radagasius, these Asiatics, leading more numerous other barbaric dependents of theirs from the Germanies and the eastern Slavonic lands, penetrated for 2 brief moments into northern Italy and eastern Gaul. The end of that business, infinitely graver though it was than the raids that came before it, is just what one might have expected. The regular and auxiliary disciplined forces of the empire destroy the barbarian power near Chalons, and the last and worst of the invasions is wiped out as thoroughly as had been all the others. In general, the barbaric eruptions into the empire failed wholly as soon as imperial troops could be brought up to oppose them. What then were the supposed barbaric successes? What was the real nature of the action of Alaric, for instance, at his sack of Rome? And how later do we find local kings in the palace of the Roman governors? The real nature of the action of men like Alaric is utterly different from the imaginary picture with which the old picturesque popular history recently provided us. That false history gives us the impression of a barbarian chieftain gathering his clan to a victorious assault on Rome. Consider the truth upon Alaric and contrast it with this imaginary picture. Alaric was a young noble of Gothic blood, but from birth a Roman. At 18 years of age he was put by the court in command of a small Roman auxiliary force, originally recruited from the Goths. He was as much a Roman officer, as incapable of thinking of himself in any other terms than those of the Roman army, as any other one of his colleagues about his throne. He had his commission from the Emperor Theodosius, and when Theodosius marched into Gaul against the usurper Eugenius, he counted Alaric's division as among the most faithful of his army. It so happened, moreover, that those few original auxiliaries, mainly Goths by race, were nearly all destroyed in the campaign. Alaric survived. The remnant of his division was recruited, we know not how, but probably from all kinds of sources, to its old strength. It was still called Gothic, though now of the most mixed origin, and it was still commanded by himself in his character of a Roman general. Alaric, after this service to the Emperor, was rewarded by further military dignities in the Roman military hierarchy. He was ambitious of military titles and of important command, as are all soldiers. Though still under 20 years of age and only a commander of auxiliaries, he asks for the title of Magister Militum, with the dignity which accompanied that highest of military posts. The Emperor refuses it. One of the ministers thereupon begins to plot with Alaric and suggests to him that he might gather other auxiliary troops under his command and make things uncomfortable for his superiors. Alaric rebels, marches through the Balkan Peninsula into Thessaly and Greece, and down the Peloponnesus. The regulars march against him, according to some accounts, and beat him back into Albania. There ends his first adventure. It is exactly like that of 100 other Roman generals in the past. And so are his further adventures. He remains in Albania at the head of his forces and makes peace with the government, still enjoying a regular commission from the Emperor. Next he tries a new adventure to serve his ambition in Italy. But his army is broken to pieces at Pollentia by the armies in Italy, under a general, by the way, as barbaric in mere descent as was Alaric, but like Alaric, wholly Roman in training and ideas. The whole thing is a civil war between various branches of the Roman service, and it is motivated, like all the Roman civil wars for hundreds of years before, by the ambitions of generals. The end of section 13. Section 14. Europe and the Faith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Europe and the Faith by Hilaire Belloc. Section 14, Chapter 3, concluded. Alaric does not lose his commission, even after his second adventure. He begins to intrigue between the western and eastern heads of the Roman Empire. The great invasion under Radagasius interrupts this civil war. That invasion was for Alaric, of course, as for any other Roman officer, an invasion of barbaric enemies. That these enemies should be called by this or that barbaric name is quite indifferent to him. They come from outside the empire and are therefore in his eyes cattle. He helps to destroy them, and destroyed they are, promptly and thoroughly. When the brief invasion was over, Alaric had the opportunity to renew the civil wars within the empire, and asked for certain arrears of pay that were due to him. Stilicho, the great rival general, himself by the way a Vandal in descent, admitted Alaric's right to arrears of pay, but just at that moment there occurred an obscure palace intrigue which was based, like all the real movements of the time, on differences of religion, not of race. Stilicho, suspected of attempting to restore paganism, is killed. In the general confusion, certain of the families of the auxiliaries garrisoned in Italy are massacred by the non-military population. As Alaric is a general in partial rebellion against the imperial authority, these auxiliaries join him. The total number of Alaric's men was at this moment very small. They were perhaps 30,000. There was no trace of nationality about them. They were simply a body of discontented soldiers. They had not come from across the frontier. They were not invaders. They were part of the long-established and regular garrisons of the empire, and, for that matter, many garrisons and troops of equally barbaric origin sided with the regular authorities in the quarrel. Alaric marches on Rome with this disaffected Roman army, claiming that he has been defrauded of his due in salary, and leaning upon the popularity of the dead Stilicho, whose murder, he says, he will avenge. His 30,000 claim the barbarian slaves within the city, and certain sums of money which had been the pretext and motive of his rebellion. As a result of this action, the Emperor promises Alaric his regular salary as a general, and a district which he may not only command, but plant with his few followers. Even in the height of his success, Alaric again demands the thing which was nearest his heart, the supreme and entirely Roman title of Magister Militum, the highest post in the hierarchy of military advancement. But the Emperor again refuses to give that. Alaric again marches on Rome. A Roman officer, followed by a rebellious Roman army, he forces the Senate to make Attalus nominal emperor of the West, and Attalus to give him the desired title, his very craving for which is most significant of the Roman character of the whole business. Alaric then quarrels with his puppet, deprives him of the insignia of the empire, and sends them to Honorius, quarrels again with Honorius, re-enters Rome and pillages it, marches to southern Italy, dies, and his small army is dismembered. There is the story of Alaric as it appears from documents and as it was in reality. There is the truth underlying the false picture in which most educated men were recently provided by the anti-Roman bias of recent history. Certainly the story of Alaric's discontent with his salary and the terms of his commission, his raiding marches, his plunder of the capital, shows how vastly different was the beginning of the 5th century from the society of 300 years before. It is symptomatic of the change, and it could only have been possible at a moment when central government was at last breaking down. But it is utterly different in motive and in social character from the vague, customary conception of a vast barbarian invasion led by German warlord pouring over the Alps and taking Roman society and its capital by storm. It has no relation to such a picture. If all this be true of the dramatic adventure of Alaric, which has so profoundly affected the imagination of mankind, it is still truer of the other contemporary events which false history might twist into a conquest of the empire by the barbarian. There was no such conquest. All that happened was an internal transformation of Roman society, in which the chief functions of the local government fell to the heads of the local auxiliary forces in the Roman army. As these auxiliary forces were now mainly barbaric, so were the personalities of the new local governors. I've only dealt with the particular case of Alaric because it is the most familiar and the most generally distorted, a test, as it were, of my theme. But what is true of him is true of all other auxiliaries in the armies, even of the probably Slavonic Vandals. These did frankly loot a province, North Africa, and they alone of the auxiliary troops did revolt against the imperial system and defy it for a century. But the Vandals themselves were already, before their adventure, a part of the imperial forces. They were but a nucleus for a mixed host made up of all the varied elements of rebellion present in the country, and their experiment in separation went down at last forever before the imperial armies. Meanwhile, the North African society on which the rebels lived, and which, with their various recruits, Moors, escaped slaves, criminals, they maladministered and half ruined what was and remained Roman. In the case of local Italian government, the case is quite clear. There was never any question of invasion or conquest. Odoacer held a regular Roman commission. He was a Roman soldier. Theodoric supplanted him by leave of, and actually under orders from, the emperor. The last and greatest example, the most permanent Gaul, tells the same story. The Burgundians are auxiliaries, regularly planted after imploring the aid of the emperor and permission to settle. Clovis, the Belgian Fleming, fights no imperial army. His forebears were Roman officials. his little band of perhaps 8,000 men was victorious in a small and private civil war, which made him master in the north over other rival generals. He defended the empire against the eastern barbaric German tribes. He rejoiced in the title of consul and patrician. There was no destruction of Roman society. There was no breach of continuity in the main institutions of what was now the Western Christian world. There was no considerable admixture in these local civil wars of German, Slav, or outer Celtic blood. No appreciable addition, at least, to the large amount of such blood which, through the numerous soldiers and much more numerous slaves, had already been incorporated with the population of the Roman world. But in the course of this transformation in the 5th and 6th centuries, local government did fall into the hands of those who happened to command the main local forces of the Roman army, and these were by descent barbarian, because the army had become barbarian in its recruitment. Why local government gradually succeeded the old centralized imperial government, and how, in consequence, there slowly grew up the modern nations, we will next examine. The end of section 14. The end of chapter 3. Section 15. Europe and the Faith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Europe and the Faith by Hilaire Belloc. Section 15. Chapter 4. The Beginning of the Nations. European civilization, which the Catholic Church has made and makes, is by that influence still one. Its unity now, as for 300 years past, is suffering from the grievous and ugly wound of the Reformation. The earlier wounds have been healed. That modern wound, we hope, may still be healed. We hope so because the alternative is death. At any rate, unity, wounded or unwounded, is still the mark of Christendom. That unity today falls into national groups. Those of the West in particular are highly differentiated. Gaul, or France as we now call it, is a separate thing. The Iberian or Spanish Peninsula, though divided into 5 particular and 3 main regions, each with its language, of which one, Portugal, is politically independent of the rest, is another. The old European and Roman district of North Africa is but partially reoccupied by European civilization. Italy has quite recently appeared as another united national group. The Roman province of England has, south of the border, formed one united nation for a longer period than any of the others. To England, Scotland has been added. How did these modern nations arise in the transformation of the Roman Empire from its old, simple pagan condition to one complex Christian civilization? How came there to be also nations exterior to the empire, old nations like Ireland, new nations like Poland? We must be able to answer this question if we are to understand not only that European civilization has been continuous, that is, one in time as well as one in spirit and in place, but also if we are to know why and how that continuity was preserved. For one, we are and will be all Europeans. The moment something threatens our common morals from within, we face it, however tardily. We have forgotten what it is to feel a threat from without, but it may come. We are already familiar with the old, popular and false explanation of the rise of the European nations. This explanation tells us that great numbers of vigorous barbarians entered the Roman Empire, conquered it, established themselves as masters, and parceled out its various provinces. We have seen that such a picture is fantastic, and when it is accepted, destroys a man's historic sense of Europe. We have seen that the barbarians who burst through the defense of civilization at various times, from before the beginnings of recorded history, through the pagan period prefacing our Lord's birth, during the height of the Empire proper in the 3rd century, again in the 4th and the 5th, never had the power to affect that civilization seriously, and therefore were invariably conquered and easily absorbed. It was the natural course of things this should be so. I say in the natural course of things. Dreadful as the irruption of barbarian into civilized places must always be, even on a small scale, the conquest of civilization by barbarians is always and necessarily impossible. Barbarians may have the weight to destroy the civilization they enter, and in so doing to destroy themselves with it. But it is inconceivable that they should impose their view and manner upon civilized men. Now, to impose one's view and manner, to give laws, is to conquer. Moreover, save under the most exceptional conditions, a civilized army, with its training, discipline, and scientific traditions of war, can always ultimately have the better of a horde. In the case of the Roman Empire, the armies of civilization did, as a fact, always have the better of the barbarian hordes. Marius had the better of the barbarians 100 years before our Lord was born, though their horde was not broken until it had suffered the loss of 200,000 dead. 500 years later, the Roman armies had the better of another similar horde of barbarians, the host of Radagasius, in their rush upon Italy, and here again the vast multitude lost some 200,000 killed or sold into slavery. We have seen how the Roman generals, Alaric and others, destroyed them. But we may have also seen that within the Roman army itself certain auxiliary troops, which may have preserved to some slight extent traces of their original tribal character, and probably preserved for a generation or so a mixture of Roman speech, camp slang, and the original barbaric tongues, assumed greater and greater importance in the Roman army toward the end of the imperial period. That is, toward the end of the 4th and in the beginning of the 5th centuries, say 350 to 450. We have seen why these auxiliary forces continued to increase in importance within the Roman army, and we have seen how it was only as Roman soldiers and as part of the regular forces of civilization that they had that importance, or that their officers and generals, acting as Roman officers and generals, could play the part they did. The heads of these auxiliary forces were invariably men trained as Romans. They knew of no life save that civilized life which the empire enjoyed. They regarded themselves as soldiers and politicians of the state, in which, not against which, they warred. They acted wholly within the framework of Roman things. The auxiliaries had no memory or tradition of a barbaric life beyond the empire, though their stock in some part sprang from it. They had no liking for barbarianism and no living communication with it. The auxiliary soldiers and their generals lived and thought entirely within those imperial boundaries which guarded paved roads, a regular and stately architecture, great and populous cities, the vine, the olive, the Roman law, and the bishoprics of the Catholic Church. Outside was a wilderness with which they had nothing to do. Armed with this knowledge, which puts an end to any fantastic theory of barbarian conquest, let us set out to explain that state of affairs which a man born, say 100 years after the last of the mere raids into the empire was destroyed under Radagasius, would have observed in the Middle Age. Sidonius Apollinaris, the famous bishop of Clermont-Ferrand, lived and wrote his classical work at such a date, after Alaric's Roman adventure and Radagasius' defeat, that the life of a man would span the distance between them. It was a matter of nearly 70 years between those events and his maturity. A grandson of his would correspond to such a spectator as we are imagining. A grandson of that generation might be born before the year 500. Such a man would have stood towards Radagasius' raid, the last feudal eruption of the barbarian, much as men, old today in England, stand to the Indian Mutiny and the Crimean War, to the Second Napoleon in France, to the Civil War in the United States. Had a grandson of Sidonius travelled in Italy, Spain and Gaul in his later years, this is what he would have seen. In all the great towns Roman life was going on as it had always gone on, so far as externals were concerned. The same Latin speech, now somewhat degraded, the same dress, the same division into a minority of free men, a mass of slaves, and a few very rich masters, round whom not only the slaves, but the mass of the free men also, were grouped as dependents. In every city again he would have found a bishop of the Catholic Church, a member of that hierarchy which acknowledged its centre and headship to be at Rome. Everywhere religion, and especially the settlement of divisions and doubts in religion, would have been the main popular preoccupation. And everywhere, save in northern Gaul, he would have perceived small groups of men, wealthy, connected with government, often bearing barbaric names, and sometimes, perhaps, still partly acquainted with barbaric tongues. Now these few men were as a rule of a special set in religion. They were called Arians, heretics who differed in a religion from the mass of their fellow citizens, very much as the minority of Protestants in an Irish country today differ from the great mass of their Catholic fellows, and that was a point of capital importance. The little provincial courts were headed by men who, though Christian with the mass of the sacraments and all the Christian things, were yet out of communion with the bulk of their officials and all their taxpayers. They had inherited that odd position from an accident in the imperial history. At the moment when their grandfathers had received baptism, the imperial court had supported this heresy. They had come, therefore, by family tradition to regard their separate sect, with its attempt to rationalize the doctrine of the Incarnation, as a swagger. They thought it an odd title to eminence, and this little vanity had two effects. It cut them off from the mass of their fellow citizens in the empire. It made their tenure of power uncertain and destined to disappear very soon at the hands of men in sympathy with the great Catholic body, the troops led by the local governors of northern France. We shall return to this matter of Arianism, but just let us follow the state of society as our grandson of Sidonius would have seen it at the beginning of the Dark Ages. The armed forces he might have met upon the roads as he travelled would have been rare. Their accoutrements, their discipline, their words of command were still, though in a degraded form, those of the old Roman army. There had been no breach in the traditions of that army or in its corporate life. Many of the bodies he met would still have borne the old imperial insignia. The money which he handled and with which he paid his bills at the inns was stamped with the effigy of the reigning emperor at Byzantium, or one of his predecessors, just as the traveller in a distant British colony today, though that province is virtually independent, will handle coins stamped with the effigies of English kings. But though the coin was entirely imperial, he would, upon a passport or a receipt for toll and many other official documents he handled, often see side by side with and subordinate to the imperial name, the name of the chief of the local government. This phrase leads me to a feature in the surrounding society which we must not exaggerate, but which made it very different from that united and truly imperial form of government which had covered all civilization 200 to 100 years before. The descendants of those officers who, from 200 to 100 years before, had only commanded regular or auxiliary forces in the Roman army, were now seated as almost independent local administrators in the capitals of the Roman provinces. They still thought of themselves in 550, say, as mere provincial powers within the one great empire of Rome, but there was now no positive central power remaining in Rome to control them. The central power was far off in Constantinople. It was universally accepted, but it made no attempt to act. Let us suppose our traveller to be concerned in some commerce which brought him to the centres of local government throughout the Western Empire. Led him to visit Paris, Toledo, Ravenna, Arles. He has, let us say, successfully negotiated some business in Spain which has necessitated his obtaining official documents. he must, that is, come into touch with officials and with the actual government in Spain. 200 years before, he would have seen the officials of, and got his papers from, a government directly dependent upon Rome. The name of the Emperor alone would have appeared on all the papers, and his effigy on the seals. Now, in the 6th century, the papers are made out in the old official way, and of course in Latin. All the public forces are still Roman. All the civilization has still the same unaltered Roman character. Has anything changed at all? Let us see. The end of section 15. Section 16, Europe and the Faith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Europe and the Faith by Hilaire Belloc. Section 16, Chapter 4 continued. To get his papers in the capital, he will be directed to the Palatium. This word does not mean palace. When we say palace today, we mean the house in which lives the real or nominal ruler of a monarchical state. We talk of Buckingham Palace, St. James Palace, or the palace in Madrid, and so on. But the original word Palatium had a very different meaning in late Roman society. It signified the official seat of government, and in particular the center from which the writs for imperial taxation were issued, and to which the proceeds of the taxation were paid. The name was originally taken from the Palatine Hills in Rome, on which the Caesars had their private house. As the mask of private citizenship was gradually thrown off by the emperors 600 to 500 years before, and as the commanders-in-chief of the Roman army became more and more true and absolute sovereigns, their house became more and more the official center of the empire. The term Palatium thus became consecrated to a particular use. When the center of imperial power was transferred to Byzantium, the word Palatium followed it, and at last it was applied to local centers as well as to the imperial city. In the laws of the empire, then, in its dignities and honors, in the whole of its official life, the Palatium means the machine of government, local or imperial. Such a traveler as we have imagined in the middle of the 6th century comes then to that Spanish Palatium from which, throughout the 5 centuries of imperial rule, the Spanish peninsula had been locally governed. What would he find? He would find, to begin with, a great staff of clerks and officials of exactly the same sort as had always inhabited the place, drawing up the same sort of documents as they had drawn up for generations, using certain fixed formula, and doing everything in the Latin tongue. No local dialect was yet of the least importance. But he would also find that the building was used for acts of authority, and that these acts were performed in the name of a certain person, who was no longer the old Roman governor. It was this local person's name, rather than the emperor's, which usually, or at any rate more and more frequently, appeared on the documents. Let us look closely at this new person, seated in authority over Spain, and at his council, for from such men as he, and from the districts they ruled, the nations of our time and their royal families were to spring. The first thing that would be noticed on entering the presence of this person who governed Spain would be that he still had all the insignia and manners of Roman government. He sat upon a formal throne, as the emperor's delegate had sat, the provincial delegate of the emperor. On official occasions he would wear the official Roman garments. The orb and the scepter were already his symbols, we may presume, as they had been those of the emperor and the emperor's local subordinates before him. But in 2 points this central official differed from the old local governor whom he exactly succeeded, and upon whose machinery of taxation he relied for power. These 2 points were, first, that he was surrounded by a very powerful and somewhat jealous body of great men; secondly, that he did not habitually give himself an imperial Roman title, but was called Rex. Let's consider these points separately. As to the first point, the Emperor in Byzantium, and before that in Rome or at Ravenna, worked as even absolute power must work, through a multitude of men. He was surrounded by high dignitaries, and there were devolved from him a whole hierarchy of officials, with the most important of whom he continually consulted. But the Emperor had not been officially and regularly bound in with such a council. His formula of administration were personal formula. Now and then he mentioned his great officials, but he only mentioned them if he chose. This new local person, who had been very gradually and almost unconsciously substituted for the old Roman governors, the Rex, was on the contrary a part of his own council, and all his formula of administration mentioned the council as his coadjutors and assessors in administration. This was necessary above all, a most important point, in anything that regarded the public funds. It must not be imagined for a moment that the Rex issued laws or edicts, or, what was much more common and much more vital, levied taxation under the dominion of, or subject to the consent of, these great men about him. On the contrary, he spoke as absolutely as ever the imperial governors had done in the past. And indeed he could not do otherwise, because the whole machinery had inherited, presupposed, absolute power. But some things were already said to be done with these great men, and it is of capital importance that we should note this word "with." The phrases of the official documents from that time run more and more in one of half a dozen regular formulas, all of which are based upon this idea of the council, and are in general such words as these: so and so Rex ordered and commanded with his chief men that so and so should be done. As to the second point, we note the change of title. The authority of the Palatium is a Rex, not a legate or a governor, nor a man sent from the Emperor, nor a man directly and necessarily nominated by him, but a Rex. Now, what is the meaning of that word Rex? It is usually translated by our word king, but it does not here mean anything like what our word king means when we apply it today, or as we have applied it for many centuries. It does not mean the ruler of a large independent territory. It means a combination of two things when it is used to name these local rulers in the later Roman Empire. It means, 1. The chieftain of an auxiliary group of soldiers who holds an imperial commission, and it means, 2. That man acting as a local governor. Centuries and centuries before, indeed 1,000 years before, the word Rex had meant the chieftain of the little town and petty surrounding district of Rome or some similar neighborhood and small state. It had in the Latin language always retained some such connotation. The word Rex was often used in Latin literature as we use the word king in English, to describe the head of a state, great or small, but as applied to the local rulers of the 5th century in Western Europe, it was not so used. It meant, as I have said, a chieftain or chief officer of auxiliaries. A Rex was not then in Spain or in Gaul a king in our modern sense of the word. He was only the military head of a particular armed force. He was originally the commander, hereditary or chosen, or nominated by the Emperor, of an auxiliary force serving as part of the Roman army. Later, when these troops, originally recruited perhaps from some one barbaric district, changed by slow degrees into a body half police, half noble, their original name would extend to the whole local army. The Rex of, say, Batavian auxiliaries, the commander of the Batavian Corps, would probably be a man of Batavian blood, with hereditary position, and would still be called Rex Batavorium. Afterwards, when the recruiting was mixed, he still kept that title, and later still, when the Batavi as such had disappeared, his fixed title would remain. There was no similarity possible between the word Rex and the word Imperator, any more than there is between the words Miners' Union or Trade Conference and the word England. There was, of course, no sort of equality. A Roman general in the early part of the process planning a battle would think of a Rex as we think of a divisionary general. He might say, I shall put my regulars here in the center, my auxiliaries, Huns or Goths or Franks or whatnot, I shall put here. Send for the Rex and I will give him his orders. A Rex in this sense was a subject, and often an unimportant subject, of the Imperator or Emperor. The Imperator being, as we remember, the commander-in-chief of the Roman army, upon which institution the Roman state or empire or civilization had depended for so many centuries. When the Roman army began to add to itself auxiliary troops, drilled of course after the Roman fashion and forming one body with the Roman forces, but contracted for in bulk as it were, the chieftains of these barbaric and often small bodies were called, in the official language, reges. Thus Alaric, a Roman officer and nothing more, was the rex of his officially appointed auxiliary force, and since the nucleus of that force had once been a small body of Goths, and since Alaric held his position as an officer of that auxiliary force because he had once been, by inheritance, a chieftain of the Goths, the word rex was attached to his imperial commission in the Roman army, and there was added to it, in the name of that particular barbaric tribe with which his command had originally been connected. He was rex of the Roman auxiliary troops called Goths. The rex in Spain was rex Gotorum, not rex Hispania. That was altogether a later idea. The rex in northern France was not rex Galliae, he was rex Francorum. In each case he was the rex of the particular auxiliary troop from which his ancestors, sometimes generations before, had originally drawn their imperial commission and their right to be officers in the Roman army. Thus you will have the Rex Francorum, or King of the Franks, so styled in the Palatium at Paris, as late as, say, 700 A.D. Not because any body of Franks still survived as a separate corps. They had been but a couple of regiments or so. Footnote: we have documentary record. The greater part of the Frankish auxiliaries under Clovis were baptized with their general. They came to 4,000 men 200 years before and had long disappeared, but because the original title had derived from a Roman auxiliary force of Franks. In other words, the old Roman local legislative taxing power, the reality of which lay in the old surviving Roman machinery of a hierarchy of officials with their titles, writs, etc., was vested in the hands of a man called Rex, that is, commander of such and such an auxiliary force. Commander of the Franks, for instance, or commander of the Goths. He still commanded in the year 550 a not very large military force on which local government depended, and in this little army the barbarians were still probably predominant, because, as we have seen towards the end of the empire, the stuff of the army had become barbaric and was also as certainly very mixed indeed. Many a slave or broken Roman freedman would enlist, for it had privileges and advantages of great value. Footnote: hence the leges or codes specially regulating the status of these Roman troops, and called in documents the laws of the Goths or Burgundians, as the case may be. There is a trace of old barbaric customs in some of these, sometimes of an exclusive rule of marriage, but the mass of them are obviously Roman privileges. No one cared in the least whether the members of the armed forces which sustained society were Roman, Gallic, Italian or German in racial origin. They were of all races and origins. Very shortly after, say by 600 at latest, the army had become a universal rough levy of all sorts and kinds, and the restriction of race was forgotten, save in a few customs still clinging by hereditary right to certain families and called their laws. Again, there was no conception of rebellion against the empire in the mind of a Rex. All these reges, without exception, held their military office and power originally by a commission from the empire, All of them derived their authority from men who had been regularly established as imperial functionaries. When the central power of the empire had as a fact broken down, the Rex as a fact administered the whole machinery without control. The end of section 16. Section 17. Europe and the Faith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Europe and the Faith by Hilaire Belloc. Section 17, Chapter 4, continued. But no Rex ever tried to emancipate himself from the Empire or warred for independence against the Empire. The Rex, the local man, undertook all government simply because the old government above him, the central government, had failed. No Rex ever called himself a local imperator, or dreamed of calling himself so. And that is the most significant thing in all the transition between the full civilization of the old empire and the Dark Ages. The original Roman armies invaded Gaul, Spain, the Western Germanies, and Hungary, fought to conquer, to absorb, to be masters of, and makers of the land they seized. No local governor of the later transition, no Rex of Vandal, Goth, Hun, Frank, or Berber, or Moor troop, ever dreamt of such a thing. He might fight another local Rex to get part of his taxing power or his treasure. He might take part in the great religious quarrels, as in Africa, and act tyrannically against the dissident majority. But to fight against the empire, as such, or to attempt conquest and rule over a subject population, would have meant nothing to him. In theory, the empire was still under one control. There, then, you have the picture of what held the levers of the machine of government during the period of its degradation and transformation, which followed the breakdown of central authority. Clovis in the north of France, the Burgundian chieftain at Arles, Theodoric in Italy, Athanagild later at Toledo in Spain, were all of them men who had stepped into shoes of an unbroken local Roman administration, who worked entirely by it, and whose machinery of administration, wherever they went, was called by the Roman and official name of Palatium. Their families were originally a barbaric stock. They had for their small armed forces a military institution descended and derived from the Roman auxiliary forces. Often, especially in the early years of their power, they spoke a mixed and partly barbaric tongue. Footnote: the barbaric dialects outside the empire were already largely Latinized through commerce with the empire and by its influence. And of course what we call Teutonic languages are in reality half Roman, long before we get our first full document in the 8th and 9th centuries. More easily than pure Latin, but every one of them was a soldier of the declining empire and regarded himself as a part of it, not as even conceivably an enemy of it. When we appreciate this, we can understand how insignificant were those changes of frontier which make so great a show in historical atlases. The Rex of such and such an auxiliary force dies and divides his kingdom between two sons. What does that mean? Not that a nation with its customs and whole form of administration was suddenly divided into two, still less that there has been what today we call annexation or partition of states. It simply means that the honor and advantage of administration are divided between the two heirs, who take the one area and the other over which to gather taxes and to receive personal profit. It must always be remembered that the personal privileges so received was very small in comparison with the total revenue to be administrated, and that the vast mass of public work is carried on by the judiciary, the officers of the treasury, and so forth, continued to be quite impersonal and fundamentally imperial. This governmental world of clerks and civil servants lived its own life and was only in theory dependent upon the Rex. and the Rex was no more than the successor of the chief local Roman official. Footnote: our popular historical atlases render a very bad service to education by their way of colouring these districts as though they were separate modern nations. The real divisions, right up to the full tide of feudalism, was Christian and Pagan, and within the former, Eastern and Western, Greek and Latin. The Rex, by the way, called himself always by some definite inferior Roman title, such as Vil Illuster, as an Englishman today might be called Sir Charles so-and-so or Lord so-and-so. Never anything more. And often, as in the case of Clovis, he not only accepted directly from the Roman Emperor a particular office, but observed the old popular Roman customs, such as largesse and procession, upon his induction into that office. Now, why did not this man, this Rex, in Italy or Gaul or Spain, simply remain in the position of local Roman governor? One would imagine, if one did not know more about that society, that he should have done this. The small auxiliary forces of which he had been chieftain rapidly merged into the body of the empire, as had the infinitely larger mass of slaves and colonists, equally barbarian in origin, for century after century before that time. The body of civilization was one, and we wonder at first why its moral unity did not continue to be represented by a central monarch. Though the civilization continued to decline, its form should, one would think, have remained unchanged, and the theoretic attachment of each of these subordinates to the Roman Emperor at Constantinople should have endured indefinitely. As a fact, the memory of the old central authority of the Emperor was gradually forgotten. The Rex and his local government, as he got weaker, also got more isolated. He came to coining his own money, to treating directly as a completely independent ruler. At last the idea of kings and kingdoms took shape in men's minds. Why? The reason that the nature of authority very slowly changed, and that the last links with the Roman Empire of the East, that is, with the supreme head at Constantinople, gradually dissolved in the West, so that the modern nation arose around these local governments of the Reges, is to be found in that novel feature, the standing council of great men around the Rex, with whom everything is done. This standing council expresses three forces, which between them were transforming society. Those three forces were, first, certain vague underlying national feelings older than the empire, Gallic, Britannic, Iberian. Secondly, the economic force of the great Roman landowners, and lastly, the living organization of the Catholic Church. On the economic or material side of society, the great landowners were the reality of that time. We have no statistics to go upon, but the facts of the time and the nature of its institutions are quite as cogent as detailed statistics. In Spain, in Gaul, in Italy, as in Africa, economic power had concentrated in the hands of exceedingly few men. A few hundred men and women, a few dozen corporations, especially the episcopal sees, had come to own most of the land on which these millions and millions lived, and with the land most of the implements and of the slaves. As to the descent of these great landowners, none asked or cared. By the middle of the 6th century, only a minority, perhaps, were still of unmixed blood, but quite certainly none were purely barbaric. Lands waste or confiscated through the decline of population or the effect of interminable wars and the plagues lay in the power of the Palatium, which granted them out again, strictly under the eye of the council of great men, to new holders. The few who had come in as original followers and dependents of the chieftain of the auxiliary forces benefited largely. But the thing that really concerns the story of civilization is not the origin of these immensely rich owners, which was mixed, nor their sense of race, which simply did not exist, but the fact that they were so few. It explains both what happened and what was to happen. That a handful of men, for they were no more than a handful, should thus be in control of the economic destinies of mankind, the result of centuries of Roman development in that direction, is the key to all the material decline of the Empire. It should furnish us, if we were wise, with an object lesson for our own politics today. The decline of the imperial power was mainly due to this extraordinary concentration of economic power in the hands of a few. It was these few great Roman landowners who, in every local government, endowed each of the new administrators, each new rex, with a tradition of imperial power, not a little of the dread that went with the old imperial name, and the armed force which it connoted. Everywhere the rex had to reckon with the strength of highly concentrated wealth. This was the first element in that standing council of great men which was the mark of the time in every locality, and wore down the old official imperial absolute local power. There was, however, as I have said, another and much more important element in the council of great men, beside the chief landowners. It consisted of the hierarchy of the Catholic Church. Every Roman city of that time had a principal personage in it who knew its life better than anybody else, and who had more than anyone else power over its morals and ideas, and who in many cases actually administered its affairs. That person was the bishop. Throughout Western Europe at that moment, men's interest and preoccupation was not race, nor even material prosperity, but religion. The great duel between paganism and the Catholic Church was now decided after 2 hard centuries of struggle in favor of the latter. The Catholic Church, from a small but definite and very tenacious organization within the Empire, and on the whole antagonistic to it, had risen first to be the only group of men which knew its own mind, A.D. 200, next to the official religion, A.D. 300, and finally to be the cohesive political principle of the great majority of human beings, A.D. 400. The modern man can distinctly appreciate the phenomena if for creed he will read capital, and for the faith industrial civilization. For just as today men principally care for great fortunes, and in pursuit of them go indifferently from country to country, and sink, as unimportant compared with such an object, the other businesses of our time, so the men of the 5th and 6th centuries were intent upon the unity and exactitude of religion. That the religion to which the Empire was now converted, the religion of the Catholic Church, should triumph was their one preoccupation. For this they exiled themselves, for this they would and did run great risks, as minor to this they sank all other things. The Catholic hierarchy, with its enormous power at that moment, civil and economic as well as religious, was not the creator of such a spirit. It was only its leader. And in connection with that intense preoccupation of men's minds, 2 factors already appeared in the 4th century, and are increasingly active through the 5th and 6th. The first is the desire that the living Church should be as free as possible. Hence the Catholic Church and its ministers everywhere welcome the growth of local as against centralized power. They do so unconsciously, but none the less strongly. The second factor is Arianism, to which I now return. The end of section 17. Section 18. Europe and the Faith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Europe and the Faith by Hilaire Belloc. Section 18, Chapter 4 concluded. Arianism, which both in its material success and in the length of its duration, as well as in its concept of religion and the character of its demise, is singularly parallel to the Protestant movement of recent centuries, had sprung up as the official and fashionable court heresy, opposed to the orthodoxy of the Church. The Emperor's court did indeed at last, after many variations, abandon it. But a tradition survived till long after, and in many places, that Arianism stood for the wealthy and respectable in life. Moreover, those barbarians who had taken service as auxiliaries in the Roman armies, the greater part, the Goths for instance, as the generic term went, though that term had no longer any national meaning, had received their baptism into civilized Europe from Arian sources, and this in the old time of the 4th century, when Arianism was the thing, just as we see in 18th century Ireland settlers and immigrants accepting Protestantism as gentlemanly or progressive. Some there are so provincial as to still feel thus. So the Rex in Spain and the Rex in Italy had a family tradition. They and the descendants of their original companions were of what had been the court and upper class way of thinking. They were Arians and proud of it. The number of these powerful heretics in the little local courts was smaller, but their irritant effect was great. It was the one great quarrel and problem of the time. No one troubled about race, but everybody was at white heat upon the final form of the Church. The populace felt it in their bones that if Arianism conquered, Europe was lost. For Arianism lacked vision. It was essentially a hesitation to accept the Incarnation, and therefore it would have bred sooner or later a denial of the sacrament, and at length it would have relapsed, as Protestantism has, into nothingness. Such a decline of imagination and of will would have been fatal to society materially decadent. Had Arianism triumphed, the aged society of Europe would have perished. Now it so happened that one of these local administrators or governors, who were rapidly becoming independent and who were surrounded by a powerful court, one only was not Arian. That one was the Rex Francorium, or chieftain of the little barbaric auxiliary force of Franks which had been drawn into the Roman system from Belgium and the banks of the lower Rhine. This body, at the time when the transformation took place between the old imperial system and the beginnings of the nations, had its headquarters in the Roman town of Tournai. A lad whose Roman name was Clodovicus, and whom his parents probably called by some such sound as Clodovig (they had no written language), succeeded his father, a Roman officer. Footnote: he was presumably head of auxiliaries. His tomb has been found. It is wholly Roman. In the generalship of this small body of troops at the end of the 5th century. Unlike the other auxiliary generals, he was a pagan. When, with other forces of the Roman army, he had repelled one of the last of the barbaric invaders close to the frontier at the Roman town of Tolbiacum, and succeeded to the power of local administration in northern Gaul, he could not but assimilate himself with the civilization wherein he was mixed, and he and most of his small command were baptized. He had already married a Christian wife, the daughter of the Burgundian Rex, but in any case such a conclusion was inevitable. The important historical point is not that he was baptized. For an auxiliary general to be baptized was, by the end of the 15th century, as much a matter of course as for an Oriental trader from Bombay, who has become an English lord or baronet in London in our time, to wear trousers and a coat. The important thing is that he was received and baptized by Catholics and not by Arians in the midst of that enormous struggle. Clodovicus, known in history as Clovis, came from a remote corner of civilization. His men were untouched by the worldly attraction of Arianism. They had no tradition that it was the thing, or smart, to adopt the old court heresy which was offensive to the poorer mass of Europeans. When therefore this Rex Francorium was settled in Paris about the year 500 and was beginning to administer local government in northern Gaul, the weight of his influence was thrown with the popular feeling and against the Arian reges in Italy and Spain. The new armed forces of the Rex Francorum, a general levy, continuing the old Roman tradition, settling things once and for all by battle, carried Orthodox Catholic administration all over Gaul. They turned the Arian Rex out of Toulouse. They occupied the valley of the Rhone. For a moment it seemed as though they would support the Catholic populace against the Arian officials in Italy itself. At any rate, their championship of popular and general religion against the irritant small administrative Arian bodies in the Palatium of this region and of that was a very strong lever which the people and the bishops at their head could not but use in favour of the Rex Francorum's independent power. It was therefore indirectly a very strong lever for breaking up the now 500 to 600 decayed and almost forgotten administrative unity of the Roman world. Under such forces, the power of the bishop in each town and district, the growing independence of the few and immensely rich great landowners, the occupation of the Palatium and its official machinery by the chieftains of the old auxiliary forces, Western Europe slowly, very slowly, shifted its political base. For 3 generations the mints continued to strike Monday under the effigy of the Emperor. The new local rulers never took or dreamed of taking the imperial title. The roads were still kept up, the Roman tradition in the arts of life, though coarsened, was never lost. In cooking, dress, architecture, law, and the rest, all the world was Roman. But the visible unity of the Western or Latin Empire not only lacked a civilian and military centre, but gradually lost all need for such a centre. Towards the year 600, though our civilization was still one, as it had always been from the British Channel to the desert of Sahara, and even though missionaries extended its effect a few miles eastward of the old Roman frontier beyond the Rhine, men no longer thought of that civilization as a highly defined area within which they could always find the civilian authority of one organ. Men no longer spoke of our Europe as the Republica or common weal. It was already beginning to become a mass of small and often overlapping divisions. The things that are older than and lie beneath all exact political institutions, the popular legends, the popular feelings for locality and countrysides, were rising everywhere. The great landowners were appearing as semi-independent rulers, each on his own estates, though the many estates of one man were often widely separated. The daily speech of men was already becoming divided into an infinity of jargons. Some of these dialects were of Latin origin. Some, as in the Germanies and Scandinavia, mixed original Teutonic and Latin. Some, as in Brittany, were Celtic. Some, as in the Pyrenees, Basque. In North Africa, we may presume, the indigenous tongue of the Berbers resumed its sway. Punic also may have survived in certain towns and villages there. Footnote: we have no evidence that it survived in the 5th century, but men paid no attention to the origin of such diversities. The common unity that survived was expressed in the fixed Latin tongue, the tongue of the Church, and the Church, now everywhere supreme in the decay of Arianism and of paganism alike, was the principle of life throughout all this great area of the West. So it was in Gaul, and with the little belt annexed to Gaul that had risen in the Germanies to the east of the Rhine. So with nearly all Italy and Dalmatia, and what today we call Switzerland, and a part of what today we call Bavaria and Baden. So with what today we call Spain and Portugal, and so, after local adventures of a parallel sort, followed by a reconquest against Arians by imperial officers and armies, with Northern Africa and with the strip of Andalusia. But one part of one province did suffer a limited and local but sharp change on one frontier belt, narrow but long. Came something much more nearly resembling a true barbaric success, and the results thereof, than anything which the continent could show. There was here a real breach of continuity with Roman things. This exceptional strip was the eastern coast belt of the province of Britain, and we have next to ask, what happened in Britain when the rest of the empire was being transformed after the breakdown of central imperial power? Unless we can answer that question, we shall fail to possess a true picture of the continuity of Europe and of the early perils in spite of which that continuity has survived. I turn therefore next to answer the question, what happened in Britain? The end of section 18. The end of chapter 4. Section 19. Europe and the Faith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Europe and the Faith by Hilaire Belloc. Section 19, Chapter 5, What Happened in Britain. I have now carried this study through 4 sections. My object in writing it is to show that the Roman Empire never perished, but was only transformed, that the Catholic Church, which in its maturity it accepted, caused it to survive and was in that origin of Europe, and has since remained the soul of one Western civilization. In the first chapter I sketched the nature of the Roman Empire, in the second the nature of the Church within the Roman Empire before that civilization in its maturity accepted the faith. In the third I attempted to lay before the reader that transformation and material decline (it was also a survival) which has erroneously been called the fall of the Roman Empire. In the fourth I presented a picture of what society must have seemed to an onlooker just after the crisis of that transformation and at the entry into what are called the Dark Ages, the beginnings of the modern European nation, which have superficially differentiated from the old unity of Rome. I could wish that space had permitted me to describe 100 other contemporary things which would enable the reader to seize both the magnitude and the significance of the great change from pagan to Christian times. I should in particular have dwelt upon the transformation of the European mind with its increasing gravity, its ripening contempt for material things, and its resolution upon the ultimate fate of the human soul, which it has now firmly concluded to be personally immortal and subject to a conscious destiny. This doctrine of personal immortality is the prime mark of the European and stamps his leadership upon the world. Its original seat, long before history begins, lay perhaps in Ireland, later in Britain, certainly reduced to definition either in Britain or in Gaul. It increasingly influenced Greece and even had some influence upon the Jews before the Romans subdued them. But it remained an opinion, an idea looming in the dark, until it was seen strong and concrete in the full light of the Catholic Church. Oddly enough, Mahomet, who in most things reacted towards weakness of flesh and spirit, adopted this Western doctrine fully. It provided his system with its vigor. Everywhere is that doctrine of immortality, the note of superior intelligence and will, especially in its contrast with thin pantheism and negations of Asia. Everywhere does it accompany health and decision. Its only worthy counterpart, equally European but rare, uprooted and private, is the bold affirmation of complete and final death. The transformation of the Roman Empire, then, in the 4th century and the 5th, was eventually its preservation, in peril of full decay, by its acceptation of the faith. To this I might have attached the continued carelessness for the plastic arts and for much in letters, the continued growth in holiness, and all that salting, as it were, which preserved civilization and kept it whole until, after the long sequestration of the Dark Ages, it should discover an opportunity for revival. My space has not permitted me to describe these things. I must turn at once to the last and what is for my readers the chief of the historical problems presented by the beginning of the Dark Ages. That problem is the fate of Britain. The importance of deciding what happened in Britain when the central government of Rome failed does not lie in the fact that an historical conclusion, one way or the other, can affect the truth. European civilization is still one whether men see that unity or no. The Catholic Church is still the soul of it, whether men know it or do not know it. But the problem presented by the fate of Britain at that critical moment, when the provinces of the Roman Empire became independent of any common secular control, has this practical importance, that those who read it wrongly, and who provide their readers with a false solution, as the Protestant German school and their copiers in English, Freeman, Green, and the rest have done, those who talk of the coming of the English, the Anglo-Saxon conquest, and the rest, not only furnish arguments against the proper unity of our European story, but also produce a warped attitude in the mind. Such men as are deceived by false accounts of the fate of Britain at the entry into the Dark Ages take for granted many other things historically untrue. Their presumptions confuse or conceal much else that is historical truth. For instance, the character of the Normans, and even contemporary and momentous truth before our eyes today. For instance, the gulf between Englishmen and Prussians. They not only render an Englishman ignorant of his own nation, and therefore of himself, they also render all men ignorant of Europe. For a knowledge of Britain in the period 500 to 700, as in the period 1530 to 1630, is the test of European history. And if you are wrong on these 2 points, you are wrong on the whole. A man who desires to make out that the Empire, that is, the European civilization, was conquered by barbarians, cannot today, in the light of modern research, prove his case in Gaul, in Italy, in Spain, or in the valley of the Rhine. The old German thesis of a barbaric conquest upon the continent, possibly when modern history was a child, has necessarily been abandoned in its maturity. But that thesis still tries to make out a plausible case when it speaks of Britain, because so much of the record here is lost that there is more room for make-believe, and having made it out, the tale of a German and barbaric England, his false result will powerfully affect modern and immediate conclusions upon our common civilization, upon our institutions and their nature, and in particular upon the faith and its authority in Europe. For if Britain be something other than England, if what we now know is not original to this island but is of northern German barbarism in race and tradition, if in the breakdown of the Roman Empire Britain was the one exceptional province which really did become a separate barbaric thing, cut off at the roots from the rest of civilization, then those who desire to believe that the institutions of Europe are of no universal effect, that the ancient laws of the Empire, as on property and marriage, were local, and in particular that the Reformation was the revolt of a race and of a strong and conquering race against the decaying traditions of Rome, have something to stand on. It does not indeed help them to prove that our civilization is bad or that the faith is untrue, but it permits them to despair of or to despise the unity of Europe, and to regard the present Protestant world as something which is destined to supplant that unity. Such a point of view is wrong, historically, as it is wrong in morals. It will find no basis of military success in the future any more than it has in the past. Footnote: I wrote and first printed these words in 1912. I leave them standing with greater force in 1920. It must ultimately break down if ever it should attempt to put into practice its theory of superiority in barbaric things. But meanwhile, as a self-confident theory, it can do harm indefinitely great by warping a great section of the European mind, bidding it refer its character to imaginary barbaric origins, so divorcing it from the majestic spirit of Western civilization. The North German Teutonic school of false popular history can create its own imagery past, and led to such a figment the authority of antiquity and of lineage. To show how false this modern school of history has been, but also what opportunities it had for advancing its thesis, is the object of what follows. Britain, be it remembered, is today the only part of the Roman world in which a conscious antagonism to the ancient and permanent civilization of Europe exists. The northern Germanies and Scandinavia, which have had since the Reformation a religious agreement with all that is still politically powerful in Britain, lay outside the old civilization. They would not have survived the schism of the 16th century had Britain resisted that schism. When we come to deal with the story of Reformation in Britain, we shall see how the strong popular resistance to the Reformation nearly overcame that small wealthy class, which used the religious excitement of an active minority as an engine to obtain material advantage for themselves. But as a fact, in Britain, the popular resistance to the Reformation failed. A violent and almost universal persecution, directed in the main by the wealthier classes against the religion of the English populace and the wealth which endowed it, just happened to succeed. In little more than 100 years the newly enriched had won the battle. By the year 1600 the faith of the British masses had been stamped out from the Highlands to the Channel. It is our business to understand that this phenomena, the moral severance of Britain from Europe, was a phenomena of the 16th century and not of the 5th, and that Britain was in no way predestined by race or tradition to so lamentable and tragic a loss. Let us state the factors in the problem. The main factor in the problem is that the history of Great Britain from just before the middle of the 5th century, say the years 420 to 445, until the landing of St. Augustine in 597, is a blank. It is of the first importance to the student of the general history in Europe to seize this point. It is true of no other Roman Western province, and the truth of it has permitted a vast amount of empty assertion, most of it recent, and nearly all of it as demonstrably as it is obviously created by a religious bias. When there is no proof or record men can imagine almost anything, and the anti-Catholic historians have stretched imagination to the last possible limit in filling this blank with whatever could tell against the continuity of civilization. It is the business of those who love historic truth to get rid of such speculations as of so much rubbish, and to restore to the general reader the few certain facts upon which he can solidly build. Let me repeat that, had Britain remained true to the unity of Europe in that unfortunate oppression of the 16th century, which ended in the loss of the faith, had the populace stood firm, or been able to succeed in the field and under arms, or to strike terror into their oppressors by an efficient revolt, in other words, had the England of the Tudors remained Catholic, the solution of this ancient problem of the early Dark Ages would present no immediate advantage, nor perhaps would the problem interest men even academically. England would now be one with Europe, as she had been for 1,000 years before the uprooting of the Reformation. But as things are, the need for correction is immediate and its success of momentous effect. No true historian, even though he should most bitterly resent the effect of Catholicism upon the European mind, can do other than combat what was, until quite recently, the prevalent teaching with regard to the fate of Britain when the central government of the Empire decayed. I will first deal with the evidence, such as it is, which has come down to us upon the fate of Britain during the 5th and 6th centuries, and next consider the conclusions to which such evidence should lead. The end of section 19.